Kanyo.
There's some feedback. And I can hear myself. Mtoto wangu. Shike moja hapo bwana, ungare brand. Kwenye brand bwana, lakini kamefinya. T-shirt mbovu sana. Usitambui. Compare and contrast. Live. Material tofauti. Sasa nakaa kama fulana. Material tofauti. So mnanisikia pale? Basi sana. Mara brand ndio watu kuchukuliwa picha. Hebu niweke sasa hii basi. Kaiko tight. Google waache kulalamika. Unajua Google analalamika sana brand si support. Serious? Eh. Very nice. We just about to start. I don't know if someone can rush there and tell those guys to fast track the process. Perfect. Thank you so much. I think without further ado, I would like to kick off this meeting. I hope the guys online, you can hear me. Let me try and stand somewhere you can see me in 3D. Very nice. Perfect. I just want to shout out to the people online. There's Elijah Mwanandumba. I don't know if you're waiting for us in Mombasa, Griffins, Mugumi, Adoman. I can see Sylvia there looking all nice and glammy, which is very, very interesting. Seeing a teach, Kelvin, Ajay, Ian, and everyone. So even the people in the room, in fact, you can get yourself a virtual ticket and still join and follow through if you have earphones. So that you can follow through. There are some of the sessions that will be happening, through the presentation. In fact, our first session will be virtually done by Sylvia. But without further ado, my name is Michael Kimathi. And you can call me MK anytime in case you find Michael Kimathi mouthful. Currently, I work for Africa Stocking as head of developer community. If you think about me, think about a guy who loves people, and I love presenting opportunities that help people realize their maximum potential in whatever they do. And I have an affinity with developers, so software developers to be specific, given that the software is eating the world anyway, or it has already eaten the world. So today, the reason why we're here is basically to present on how Google AI, you can build on it. Also, we'll show you a bit of Africa Stocking APIs, which if you put them both, you can actually build solutions that can scale in the world. So today, that's basically our main agenda. So we'll have a couple of sessions. I think we are starting almost an hour late, but not to worry, we'll try to catch up. Just that we wanted also the people online to have the same experience. Let me return to somewhere people can see me. Let me turn my camera a bit so that the online people also can experience the same what you're seeing. And one of the key reasons why this is important is because everyone has been talking about AI and the underlying capabilities, but also you're asking how can you be able to build on AI? So the most important thing in this conversation or today's workshop is, can you be able to build a scalable solution that people can use while utilizing AI? And what led us here is seeing different developers through a monthly hackathon, building different solutions utilizing AI. Can you please saw that feedback? It's coming from you guys. Please check on it. So ideally, with that capability that we saw people integrating SSD to get some AI capabilities, build on health tech, build on agri-tech, and so on and so forth, we realize that who is a more strategic partner we can work with to see how do you integrate the two. And Google came into play, and that's why we're here. Now, beyond this, we'll have you guys to... you're killing us, guys. There are people wearing their earphones somewhere out of here. You can imagine that feedback in their ears. I don't know if guys online can experiencing that feedback. No? Yes? You're good? No? Okay. Maybe it's in the room. But you need to sort it though. Ideally, with that capability, we want you to build a capstone project, which might take between 1 to 3 months, but you can build it in the next 3 weeks. Some of you are really smart, and you can actually fast track the process. But the catch here is that after you build it, you have now an opportunity to publish it on Africa Stocking Marketplace 2.0, which is existing as we speak. Nevertheless, that opportunity is open for you throughout. And of course, there's some prizes to be won. You can participate going forward online. We always have a session on Tuesdays and Thursdays, which you can also take advantage of and keep self-pacing. Then we have Slack channel, which I think when Sylvia will be presenting, she'll show you. But also we'll have a QR code that will be running throughout the day in case you miss it. But ideally, you have all the support you need. I don't know if there's any questions for you guys. Yes, so thank you so much. Ideally, that's... Yes, if you place the microphone on the speaker, because we'll get you a perfect back. Yeah. Okay. So ideally, that's the plan, unless there are any questions. All right. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Sylvia Debettes and subsequently Douglas Mwangi to take us through our first recap. And of course, if you're following online, you can see the link tree. But of course, in their presentation, they'll have one. I think also having a QR code is much better because people can scan it much faster to follow through. All right. So the floor is all yours, guys. I'll just mute for now, and then I'll hand it over to you. Right.
Check. All right. Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. Awesome. The guys online, I know, can hear me very, very well. I hope guys in the room, guys in the Kisumu air can hear us as well. Yeah, we are by extension getting the Kisumu air from here. Good to see you all. Excited to kick this off. Thank you very much for the introduction. We have covered what this basically means and what we have to do so far. So we're very excited to be I feel like clubs, but maybe it's my earphones. I think it's my earphones. Even the crowd is not excited, right? But let's get started.
Ile mic yao
We have been having this
sio sisi. Yeah.
maybe 1.5 now, almost 10, but it basically covers Africa Stocking APIs, Google Cloud, and Google Gemini API, and other generative AI
Actually,
For
the
this
problem
first part,
was
since it's
hiyo
a
mic yake ndio ilikuwa
recap,
na
we
mess
will
na
be a bit
headphones.
fast, but
Hiyo ndio
at
iko na
least
issue.
what has
Na
been
nilikuwa
done
nashangaa mbona.
and all these resources.
So I have to find a way getting the audio of the person speaking. So either mic and the speaker ama ndieke kwenye speaker.
Share the QR. Tech has a way of showing you that you thought you knew until you needed to do something that suddenly you don't know. So I'm trying to see if I can share this QR code, and it is on a black background. Mashallah. All right. As finding a way to work with that, I'll be sharing a presentation. So you get to follow along in the presentation just to see what we're covering.
Check.
I am not alone. I will be presenting this with Dagi, who is there and here on the call. So yeah, we'll be covering what has been done, a quick recap, and I hope you can follow along. Yes, there's Dagi. I hope you can follow along. Right. That being said, let's get into it. Let me start with the presentation.
The issue, I think, was this mic was close to the speaker down there.
Fantastic. And
That's-
then even
that's
as
why
we
it
go
was a
along,
feedback.
I will be moving
This one,
in
they
between
rarely
the
bring
presentation
feedback.
and the
Yeah.
notebook, just so that you can
That was my
connect
suspicion. So
and
no, Mazima,
see
that
that
this
what
feedback
we
iko.
have aligns. And since virtually here, not on the ground, I will assume the energy is replicated, guys. Online is helping me by, at least
Yeah. So
when
ukiongea hapa
I ask people
inasikia kwa speaker
together,
chini.
things like that.
I can put this on that speaker.
Engage,
That's the feedback.
and on the ground, I'm sure there will
Test
be
even now,
engagement
but
as well.
this is the
Fantastic. Moving through it very quickly. By the time we were doing this module, it was assumed that you've set up your Google developer profile, and the first module had been on building a web app with Firebase and extensions with Gemini API. So yeah, that was with that regard, but starting with the 2G APIs, even if this is your very first module, don't worry, you will not be lost. All the links
let
on
me just experiment.
necessary resources are in the link I have shared in the chat as well, and we'll be sharing the QR code for that in a few. So this is basically what we'll go through. Quick run through what are APIs, an overview, get to see hands-on, and finally a conclusion. But since I can't see people on the screen, Graham's screen, I'm curious how many are hearing of Africa's talking or have never interacted with the APIs before, just to gauge the room. You're hearing of Africa's talking for the first time, or you've never interacted with the APIs? Anyone? All right. I'm not seeing hands. Okay. So, all right. Elijah, I see you online. Fantastic. It's all right. No worries. We'll be able to go through that and at least give you an idea. So by the end of this, you'll have a good understanding and you'll be able to set up. All right. So getting right into it, just what are APIs and an introduction to REST API principles. APIs, to make it short, it's just a way for two applications to communicate. So how they pass information and how they give responses to each other, right? And it's a set of rules that just defines that communication exactly. I hope guys on the ground can hear me. Oh, all right. Fantastic. Yeah. That's basically what APIs cover, right? And to bring it into perspective, if you're hearing about APIs for the first time, it's basically what a waiter does in a restaurant situation. So when you order the food, the waiter takes your request, takes it to the kitchen, and then brings back the response. If the food is available, they bring it back to you. If not, they bring a response where they tell you this is unavailable and things of that sort. So think of the waiter as an API, and that's what you're basically doing. When you're building applications as the user, you want it to communicate with another software, with a database, with different applications as well. So your API is the waiter that is carrying that information and bringing it back. That's this overview. And the most common requests that are made in REST APIs are get, post, put, and delete. So these are just REST APIs are the main APIs that you'll be covering in this. In order to communicate, they use get is when you're getting the data, post is posting the data that is sending the data, put or patch is updating it. So if you already had data, for example, in a database, you can edit, maybe you had people in the database, when someone turns a year older on their birthday, you update the data to reflect the new age, and then delete is just remove that data altogether, right? So those are the main requests that are done in an API request. And then you get a response for each of them. And we'll get to see that with Africa's Talking APIs, how you're able to post and get a response. And some concepts we look at are such as what are endpoints, headers, the body or the payload, and the response. So endpoint, where is that actual address that you're communicating to? Header, what are the details that are in the header? What are the details that are in the body, and then what you get in the response. Yeah, so let's directly go into the notebook to test out the APIs. And we're here. Right. So this again is part of the resources that are linked there. So you can follow along later, moving a bit fast, but you can follow along for some of this. I will just connect to my, yep, presently connected. All right, so it gives an overview of what APIs are, the same details, but now with a bit more explanation just to get you understanding, yeah, an example of how that works. So we'll be focusing on REST APIs. Best practice, let's just confirm the resource that we are using and check what we already have installed. So this is just notebook good practice to ensure what OS are we actually running here, and then what libraries we already have installed here. I just removed Africa's docking to prevent seeing a lot of them, but just so that when you are debugging some of these things, this is the first place where you will check, see what you have and what you do not have. We go back to ensure we are still together. Yes, no, maybe, somewhere. Responses to confirm if we're together. All right. All right. Yes, we are. Fantastic. Awesome. Let's go. Let's go. So yeah, this covers what we do. So one quick API call that we can make. It's important when you're running any documentation is your best friend as a developer, basically. When you want to make any API call, always ensure that you confirm with the documentation for that particular product so that you can see what is required. So for example, for Africa's Talking, we need to install the Africa's Talking package directly. So once that is successfully installed, any of the libraries you need. This is a random one just to get you understanding how APIs work. It's a URL a website that kind of predicts someone's age based on that. Right? So we can give it a random name. Yes.
It's a bit not visible.
Oh, all right. Oh, I got a big screen. It's all right, all right. How do you increase font? Hey, girls. How do you increase font? These things that do you dirty.
Using PC.
Better?
More. Yes.
Wow. All right, fantastic.
At the back, is that better? No. Alternatively, you can log in and follow through on the screen, on your screen. Just get a virtual ticket.
Yeah.
Let's have a physical ticket, so get a virtual ticket and you can follow through.
I still make it a bit bigger?
Yes, possible.
Wow. I don't think I have ever seen code in this large font. This will be a good experience for all of us, learning experience.
That's a bit better.
Better.
Yes.
Okay.
Please proceed.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, but this is a script to just get you understanding an API call. So it gives you a response. So it says in that particular database, the name Sylvia has this count and the predicted age would be 71. I am not 71. In fact, I would argue that it's the inverse. I'm actually 70. But anyway, moving on swiftly. So that's just how APIs work. So the overview for Africa's Talking, we have
different APIs, and not many people raise their hands that they have never used Africa Stocking. So I believe you're familiar with this. In case you're not familiar, main products are SMS, voice, SSD, airtime. You have other APIs such as SIM-swap. Most of them, just from the name, you can get what they do. SMS sends and receives SMSs to particular numbers. Voice makes and receives calls. SSD is similar to *544#. Any SSD menu that you can create, you create with Africa Stocking APIs, and then you're able to, run that session. Airtime, similar to SMS, you send or disperse airtime to users, right? So for this one, we'll focus on SMS and airtime. And the first thing to do with Africa Stocking is to set up your account. If you don't have an account, you set it up on the dashboard, and there is usually resources. I need to find that very quickly so that I can just show you a glance of it. And you can, so here, super zoom. So this is the Africa Stocking GitHub page. Africa Stocking Dev Resources directory. It basically explains what the community is, but the first one is a guide on how to create your Africa Stocking account. And you are able, it gives you instructions directly on how to set that up. So those details are already there. I will not cover those details. They're covered there. So once you create your account, I will log into my account. And whenever you're creating an account or when you're using Africa Stocking products, it's important to remember that 2FA needs to be enabled. And that just means also that always have your email on standby, because you will be prompted to go to your email, verify, get the code back and forth. So it's important to have that nearby, just so that you can make this process faster. I'm trying to make this process faster. My laptop is running a lot of things. All right. Try to log in on my side. Right, as that is connecting to the internet, just wants to. All right, fantastic. There it is. The 2FA has been sent. So just like that, we'll connect. In fact, let me share this tab instead. Yes, so now I have logged in. So this is a logged in account. This is basically what you see in a logged in account. There's the sandbox side and there's the live side. You can use either of them. Difference is that when you're using sandbox, it's a simulated environment, and we're using live, the information will go directly to a number, or to a live number for testing, because they're communication APIs. So to get your credentials, whatever app you're using, you create an app, and then you're able to see these are the credentials that you use for Africa Stocking. So you use your username, and in the settings, you generate an API key. And that's what you use. You generate a new one each time. So every time you generate a new API key, know that all the previous ones are obsolete, and you can only use the one that you've newly generated. It's the same thing. This is a live account, but this is the sandbox. Similar way, you get your username from here, and in the settings, you get your API key. All right, so when you go to authentication and setup, just confirm that you can get your username and API key once you've created your account. We're going to store all these details. This is a widget just to help you understand. If you've been able to get it, you paste it here just to confirm. But it's just for you to access your username and API keys. It's a recap of being a bit faster. But to make this easier, store all this in secret. So wherever you are, whenever you're using different APIs or different credentials when running anything, best practice, store them as secrets and then call that in your cells or in your code as you're running. For example, these are different secrets that I have on here. And yeah, for this purpose, the API key and username are set up here. So you know if they are still valid or they have changed since then, but you can just find out. So once you set them up, you'll be able to call them. So anytime, yeah, I think that may have changed. Anytime, fantastic, yes. So now the username is Sandbox and the API key has been set. So once you retrieve them from your African Stocking account, you save them in secrets, the API key and the username. That's what authenticates your app on the African Stocking dashboard. So simply to send an SMS, you already have your credentials, right? You've already created your account. You want to send an SMS. So you have a message that you want to send, and you have a number or multiple numbers that you want to send to. What is left is where will this message be coming from? That is the sender ID. All these details, if you have documentation, you can see how you place them. But again, the link tree that I have shared, you fill in your username on that form and you'll be able to map sender IDs to you for you to be able to send messages. But if you're doing it on Sandbox, which I will go back to my African Stocking account and show you in real time. If you're doing it on Sandbox, you can always create your own shortcode. You create shortcode and give it a number. So this will be the number when you're sending a message, you get the messages coming from 56789, right? And then once you've created it, you can view it in your shortcodes, any of this. The simulated in the Sandbox, all this will be visible on a simulated phone, which is this one that is loading, because the difference between Sandbox and Live is that on Sandbox, this simulated phone is the one that comes into play. You connect and you switch it on. So you can see my phone has switched on. I hope this one is zoomed in enough. Yeah, but my phone has switched on. So if you're testing SSD on Sandbox, this is the dial pad. If you're using SMS on Sandbox, this is where you view the messages that have come in. All right. So we can go back to sending an SMS. And yeah, let us use the details that we have, the Sandbox and the API key. Ensure everything that needs to be installed is done. Fantastic. And then let us initiate, this is airtime. Let us initiate SMS. Oh, changed it to, let's do SMS. Just to send SMS. Or I can work with airtime. Yeah, actually that can work. SMS and airtime work in the same way. We can test out with airtime and then just switch the details for SMS. Because if you go to the documentation, we'll be moving back and forth a bit fast. Again, if there's anything or at any point I move in a way that it's not understandable, do let me know. So this is the documentation. Let me go back to the landing page. This is the developer documentation. You can access it from your account. If you're on your African Stocking account, it is here as docs. Or if you're on the African Stocking landing page, you will see it under developer documentation. So this is the developer documentation for any of them. So this is an example of SMS. You can go to bulk, which is the one where you send SMS to people, and select alerts that you are familiar with or that you're comfortable with, and you'll see what is required. The parameters also explain what is required, what is optional in order to make a request for SMS and the endpoints that are needed. So yeah, I can't do any bigger than that. If I do any bigger, as you can see, the details disappear. So this is the most zoomed in I can go. For SMS, apart from credentials, you realize that what you need is just the recipient number, the message, and the sender ID or shortcode. And if you go to airtime, so I'm saying we can do both of them. If you go to sending airtime, the same details, you initialize the airtime service, and then the same thing, just phone number, amount, and currency code. So you can alter, they both need a phone number. Airtime needs amount and currency code. SMS needs message and sender ID. So that's why in the code, you can switch them back and forth. And so let us try with this airtime. So fantastic. That's a WhatsApp warning. It's fine. It's using WhatsApp. Yes, so it has sent. It has sent. It was initialized to the customer number. I also set it in the secrets so that I don't have to announce my number in the code each time. And then the amount and the currency code as Kenya shillings. So if we head over to our simulated phone, that is on, have 100 message. And if you click on it, I have received this shillings worth of airtime. So the simulator helps you understand, just see how it is. You can use it for testing purposes, especially before you go live. Yeah. And you can switch it to SMS and try the same thing. And this is the response that you get. So you're able to debug this. You can check how many were sent. Some SMS has a cap. Sometimes you'll send one message, but it will divide it into multiple. So always confirm this, confirm the amount. There's a discount on airtime. People who are looking for use cases where you can apply this in business, you're welcome. Yeah, we do this where we help people. It's kind of our thing. Yeah, and then you just confirm the details here and confirm that it was sent successfully. The status is sent. If it wasn't sent successfully, you can always check. And then on the documentation page, you can always try and debug some of the responses that you get. There are limits, even with SMS. Again, documentation is your best friend as a developer when you're trying to understand services. Are we together so far? We are doing well. We're still awesome, fantastic. All right, let us go back here. Again, it's a recap. Not to take too long, but there'll be more time for questions. That's the good part about this. So this is just getting the understanding there. So understanding the API responses, you've created an account, you've gotten credentials, you've sent a request. Now what is a response? This is an example of SMS. If you are using SMS, an example of a response that you get. If it's sent, it shows you how many were sent successfully. It can be 0 out of 1. Then you can now confirm. Total cost for sending an SMS, it's 80 cents. And when you create your account for the very first time, you get a free 10 shillings. Yes, you're welcome. We're doing the Lord's work, making the world a better place, one developer at a time. So you get to at least test out the messages and test out if some of these APIs work and just get a proper understanding. Then you get to see the number to send to the status. Like I said, always check on the documentation in case there are any errors. If there is an error, indeed, you will see the status shows you that there's an error and you can be able to, first of all, debug. Some of the things that are key are, for example, if you're in your account, I can go to my bulk SMS outbox and see the messages that have been sent. There have been no messages sent, my goodness. Airtime. Let's look at analytics for airtime. Is it that this thing? All right, fantastic. That's something. Nothing has been sent to my inbox, but outbox, you always go here and if you've sent an SMS, you can test it out, you can check it out, and you can be able to debug from here. It enables you to see where the error first occurred there, if it's in the code, if it's in your credentials, and some of those details will also be in your report. So you can always debug first. Seeing as many people are already familiar with AT products, I think that's when we can move through, but in case of any questions, we'll be able to answer. Yeah, so any challenge, a mini challenge, just for you to test out, send a custom message to yourself. If you have never done that already, use the SMS API, change the message, make it fun, try it on Sandbox and try it live. Again, if you need live, there is the Linktree link, and I will share the QR soon so that you'll be able to request to have a sender ID mapped to your account. So it's a quick Google form, just give your username, what product you want to be mapped, and then the country that you're in so that you can be able to get that mapped to your account. You're able to see it live, but for Sandbox, you can always start using it immediately. Yeah. Airtime works the same way, which is what we've already covered. So we sort of preempted the use of airtime APIs, and that's what we've covered. In the same way, yeah, you send airtime, the exact same thing, and the message response is as follows. Again, send airtime to yourself. There's a minimum, you can try sending it live. Airtime does not come activated to your account. So if you need it, again, in the request form, just say you need airtime activation, and we have a team that's ready to activate. For those who had requested earlier, airtime is already activated, send IDs have been mapped, SSD codes have been mapped, so you can already start testing out the different APIs. Yeah, so in the next session, we'll get to see more about voice and SIM swap, especially. And in the advanced session, we'll get to see more about API security. But again, best practice, use secrets, don't hard code, use environment variables when you're pushing your code online, the likes of GitHub. Don't push with your API key open for the public to access. It's just basic practice, right? And that's the summary of what is covered in this particular notebook. Let me head back to the slides, and which will sort of just give an overview of what we've covered. Overview, yeah, what Africa Stocking does, have your account, go to the account and app dash, which is what was covered there. Secrets with Google Colab. Yes, environment variables, no hard coding, the same security tips that are in the notebook are what is covered here. Always look at documentation. You can set limits for yourself to avoid overspending. These things cost money. Money is difficult to find, but not expensive. So good money, and it is worth it in the end. Yes, we ran the notebook activity, secured our secrets successfully, did the exercise, got hands-on with the notebook, and able to send, fast airtime. But if you haven't sent SMS, now the challenge is on you. Try SMS. Try it live to challenge yourself even further. And then, yes, we did do this with airtime. And that's basically it. The reflections, what worked, what was successfully set, what was not, any insight that you got from it. And then there's the form to request, which is on the link tree. I will put the QR up in a few. And that's for the introduction. So we'll do, this is the recap. We covered this in depth already, but we'll also do now a recap of the next session, which is the advanced API use and getting into an introduction of Gemini API, Vertex AI, and Google Cloud. Thank you. We're still moving on, so it's a thank you, but just for us to pause, take any questions before starting the advanced module. Are we together so far? Okay, awesome, fantastic. Yay, we're going to start the next one. We divide energy somehow, but I assume on the ground, people have the same energy. Yes, correct? Yes, answering myself, correct. Awesome. So we are heading into the next session, which will directly start with airtime. So I will, yes.
Two gentlemen. You can ask them.
Hi, Cynthia.
Awesome.
So my name is Fred.
Sylvia, hi.
Sylvia,
Yes,
I'm
thank you.
sorry. I wanted to ask when you mentioned about where you will be activating like the actual, like if you want to send SMS.
Yes.
Yeah. So will we have to pay?
Yes.
Or will you cover the cost for the actual SMSs?
All right. Very good question. Okay.
I see. My question is
Kwani mlitoa pale?
Hi.
the code level
Kuna mic mbili.
for the modules.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah,
Fantastic. I hear you. I've heard you.
okay.
I've heard you.
Okay.
All right, so I will start
There's one more. There's
with the
one
first
more.
one. Is there another question?
Yes, from a lady. Ah, begin
Okay.
about those. Begin about those. Yeah. Go ahead. Speak to that and laptop.
Hi, Cynthia. Sylvia. Hi, Sylvia.
Hi. Yes,
Okay,
thank you. Hi.
I have a question. Like, I've seen you've managed to send
Uh-huh.
an SMS. Like, I remember the last time I was integrating USSD on my application, I could not send an SMS, and I inquired from Africa Stocking, and they said that I have to like subscribe in order to get an SMS. How have you managed to do that?
You heard the question,
Okay.
Sylvia? You've heard the question, eh?
Okay. Yes,
Okay.
yes. So, fantastic. Let me start with the first question and the third question. If I remember them. First and third, I will combine them. Thank you for the amazing questions. There is the QR code. That's what I was trying to work on. So this is the link where you request for those resources. So I'll start with the third one. You are not able to send an SMS because you're told you need a subscription. It's not exactly a subscription, it's a sender ID. So what happens is when you send an SMS, it needs to come from a number. It needs to say from 2114 or from Africa Stocking. By default, your live account does not have one mapped. Let me check if I can show you on my side if I have any mapped so that you see the difference. If you have an Africa Stocking account, it does not have a map. I'll get back to the QR code. Apologies for those who are scanning, but this is the live account, right? So when you're sending an SMS, you need an alphanumeric map, and this is it, the sender ID, AFTKNG, right? By default, yours says no send IDs or no something, like it's just not there. So what happens with the QR that I have sent, it's a form, a Google form, where you request to have that mapped to your account. So when we receive it on our side, we map it to your account, and this is where you will receive it. So when you're sending an SMS, if you are keen on the documentation, if you're keen here, you will realize that it requests this part, needs you to set a shortcode or a sender ID. Difference between the two as well. Shortcode is two-way, so when you're using shortcode is sender ID letters. So if you're using shortcode, when you're using shortcode, you can get two-way SMS, but when you're using sender ID, it only is one way. So it's mostly for messages where you just want to send to the recipients, and that's what we map to your account. Point to note with the sender IDs that we map, they are for training, for testing purposes. So just use them with a few numbers. If not, your account will be flagged and there will be repercussions for that. So they're testing for testing purposes. If you really want to go into production and start a business, there's a procedure for that. Always ask us and we'll be able to request. We need to get some details from you and you'll be able to purchase it. But for that, that's what we're mapping. So in this QR, we'll go back to the QR. Yeah, feel free to go to, it's a list of links, but go to the link where you get to request for resources and you'll be able to request to get that mapped to you. Tying to the question on, I've forgotten if it was first or second, but tying to the question on if you pay for it. So if we allocate you a sender ID for testing purposes, activate your airtime account and something of that sort. If we're activating your airtime account, the airtime is coming from your account. What we're actually doing is just enabling that account to send airtime because it does not come by default. By default, the accounts don't send airtime, the apps you create. So if we activate it on your side, you're just able to send airtime, but again, it will come from your stash, from your balance. But again, if you create your account for the very first time, you have 10 shillings for free, and airtime minimum is 5 shillings, so you can at least be able to send once to test it's working. always start with sandbox. If it works properly, it means you just change your username and API key for the live version. Yeah, so we'll give you the activation, but yeah, the amount always comes from even SMS, it's 80 cents, but it will come from your dashboard. Because think about it, if we were giving everyone activating the resources and then paying for them, how are we even paying, right? You pay for the services you use, the services you use. All right. Oh, yes, I remember the other one, access to the modules. There, use the link again in this link tree. There were some previous links that were shared that were not working. That's why you had to request for access. But on this link tree, all the notebooks there are publicly available. So you can access them without requiring any authorization from our side. So again, this link tree should be able to help with that. I hope you've been able to see that. They're all listed there. Module 1, Introduction, Module 2, Advanced, and the likes. Hope I have answered the questions well. And we can segue into the advanced section. We're together? All right. All right, guys, to respond to online people, we use the mic. We hear better than we see. But I will assume that we are doing well, and we're headed into the next one. I know you're wondering, you're seeing Dangi here and you've not had him speak. Guys, relax, maintain, tranquilo. Okay, insert any other cool statements here, because Dangi will be coming up in a few. We're just getting started. So heading on to the advanced, anytime there are questions, feel free to stop me, interrupt, speak, because I may not be in the tab, or leave it in the chat and I will address it. So quick intro, and then I'll hand over to Dangi. What we've done in modules 1, 2, 3, we've already caught up with that. And now we are headed into the advanced Africa stocking API. So we'll look at these are the objectives for this particular one. During the recap, we'll get to see how to integrate multiple African stocking APIs in one workflow. We'll talk about webhooks and callbacks, and then automate a secure time top-up, combine them with Gen AI, and kind of build an AI-powered 2G, but just an intro to that and see how that looks like. So that you can see the goal of the program is to combine the best with cloud and Gen AI APIs to form one consolidated project, which you'll get to hear more about later. So I hope it's all incremental learning. Everything adds on to each other, right? Awesome. So we'll get started with that, with the APIs. We'll get to see SIM swap, webhooks and callbacks, multi-API workflows, and then using AI to make AI-enhanced flows. What we'll be covering, we've covered SMS. We'll just start with a quick rundown of airtime, get into SIM swap and voice, and then get into Google Cloud. And those are some of the tools we'll be using. Airtime, like I said, for customer rewards, for transaction confirmations, top-ups, service recovery, gamify experiences when you're building, find a way to incentivize and make things interesting for your users by giving them some airtime. Important to note, even with some of these APIs, airtime, always use the currency code. Anytime you're putting a number, always use the country code. The Africa stocking APIs work all across, so you need to really specify which country code this number belongs to and which currency code this airtime covers, because it will result in an error if you do not. The system will not understand. All right, sending airtime, since we've already done this hands-on, we just keep doing it easy, but try sending to 3 different recipients. I added 1 customer number from the secrets, but try adding like 5, and then I'll send to all of them at the same time. Use different currencies. If you're using USD, don't put 20. 0.0, guys. Save yourself. Yeah. And then you'll be able to understand how that goes. Other than that, handing over, swift handover. Yeah, to the other trainer that you've been seeing shining in the posters, shining online, shining in person. Hey, Dagi, over to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Let me use this alarm. You can hear me, right? People online. Perfect. Nitumie
Hii mwezi hii unaweza, lakini huwezi. Sawa. Lakini nataka kutumia yako.
yenye tu iko ready hata
Lakini
kama ni
ndio
yako.
ndio hapa. Hapa hii ndio mute.
Watu online
So
wataona.
unaweza disconnect.
Okay.
Then you share the screen.
Over to you in studio, guys. Are as they're doing that, let me reshare the link tree.
Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Sylvia.
then when Dagi is ready, we'll be able to switch over. But yeah, I hope
Thank you so much,
you're
Sylvia.
geared up and ready for very.
Yeah, Dagi is setting up. Let me see what you can do. But Dagi is setting up. Thank you so much. Give a lot of applause to Sylvia for your presentation. Yes. I'm sure she was worried that we following. We were following keenly and supporting where we need be. And it was a great presentation. Did you enjoy it? Did you learn something? Are you all set up though? Right? Yeah, make sure if you need any service, do that request right now so that by the time the gig is done, you have some approvals so that you can be able to test the service. Right? Right? Yes, you know how to request. Anyone with a question around that? Anyone? You're good? All right. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Dagi. Dagi, please, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, MK. Thank you so much, Sylvia. Let me share my screen. Yes, so we'll jump straight into SimSop API. And by a quick show of hands, how many people have ever heard about someone being scammed through their SIM card being replaced? You ever? Okay, let me say it a bit different. Who has ever lost access to their accounts that was linked to their phone number, and if they can't get their OTP? What's getting some nice. So let's start here. So say for example you have an account with the bank, or maybe an Instagram account. You've probably added your phone number as a recipient of an OTP. And then one day you wake up and you find that someone replaced your SIM card. Maybe they got access to your ID, they got access to your secret questions, and they successfully replaced your SIM card. So where now SimSop API comes Okay, good. Online people, you can hear me? Oh. Hello, can you hear me online?
Yes, thumbs up. Thumbs up or down.
If you can hear, a thumbs up.
Is there sound? Is there sound online? Yes.
Perfect. Yes. So where SimSwap API comes into play. Pardon? Okay. So where SimSwap API comes into play is that it allows you to build your app in a way that should the end user SIM card get replaced, you can prevent account takeovers. Yeah. So let me share a screen right here real quick. Yes. Yes. So this is how this entire flow looks like. Here's your web application. Say, for example, you're building a school management system. Here's Africa's Talking API, and then here's a telco service provider. Say, for example, Safaricom. So when a user registers on your app, you save their phone number, and then anytime they're doing a sensitive transaction on your platform, you first check whether the SIM card has been replaced recently. And if it has not been replaced, you can continue with the sensitive action. But if it has been replaced, now you roll some fallback security mechanisms. Say, for example, asking for extra KYC, yeah, and things like that. Okay, good. Yes. So that's how that entire flow looks like. And then so you're going to invoke your API calls. You're going to invoke this first part. You're going to invoke to check the status of the SIM card. Then that query is sent to the service provider, that is Safaricom. And then through a webhook or a callback, you get the status of the SIM card. And let's see how that looks like in real life. So let me jump straight into the code bits. But before I continue, by a quick show of hands, how many people use Python here? Nice. The rest of you, JavaScript, Node, Java. Nice. We have a Java champion by the back there. It's called the superhero. So the code that I'm sharing here is, let me zoom my screen, is how you do this in Python, but essentially you can do it in any programming language, or even directly by calling the API. Yes. You can see the code. Do I zoom? Okay, good. So the first thing that you need is to install the Africa Stocking SDK. On Python, you do pip install Africa Stocking, and in Node.js, you do npm install Africa Stocking, and then you import it up here. You import it up here, and you also import, or rather, you get your API keys. Yeah. In the previous module, Sylvia shown us how to get the API keys and username. So the next thing you do is initialize it this way, and then you call the insight service. Yeah. Yes. So you. Perfect. Good. Yes, it works well. Yes. So you so after initializing the SDK, the next thing you do is initialize the sorry, after feeding in the username and API key, the next part is to initialize the insight service. So when you go to our website, our developer documentation, SimSwap sits under insights. Yeah. So the next thing after that, you come here and feed in the phone number into the check SimSwap state method. Before we go on, anybody has a question so far? Or anybody wants me to clarify something? I don't know if the silence is we got it or I don't know what you do. Okay, let's get into running the code. So what I'm presenting right now is a column. Yeah. Oh shit. Okay, I'm trying to zoom. Yeah. So what I'm presenting right now is the collab. And before we continue, it's important that we check the environment that we are in, so that we know we have all the right tools ready. The first command here I'm running, lsb release -a, is to show me the kind of OS I have, OS environment I have. If you run it, you're going, in my case, I ran it and I saw I have Ubuntu 22. The next thing I check is whether I have Python packages for Google and Africa stocking, and I'm running it through this pip list. If you run it, you're going to get, in my case, I haven't installed Africa stocking yet, so that's why I'm saying Google. Now, the next thing is how you install the Africa stocking SDK on Python. So you do pip install Africa stocking. If you're using np node, you do npm install. So let me do this right away. Yeah, and as it installs, let's jump to the next section. Here's what I was talking about on how to initialize the SDK. You do import the Africa stocking package. We're also going to import the environment variables that we have here, and we are going to use Google Colab. Now, in your computer, you would have done something like os.get env. Let me show you what that looks like real quick. Yeah, you'll have done this. Yeah. So this is an equivalent of This is an equivalent of what we have here in the module. Yes. Now the next thing is now the initialization, and then the Africa stocking service that you want to use. This one was for airtime, like the one Sylvia showed us, but in our case, we are going to switch this to insights. So let me jump right there. But I really want you to code along, so that if you bump into bugs, myself and other engineers, other Africa stocking engineers that are around can help you out. So this is the method that I was talking about, called check SimSwap state, and the response looks like this. Yep, it shows you the network, Safaricom, that in my case Safaricom, then it gives you a request ID and a transaction ID. Yeah, where this is important is for the next leg of the next step, where you use that transaction ID to get the details of the SIM card. So let me jump right into the webhook part of this module. Yeah. So then we can tie everything together, the APIs and everything. So how many people have used webhooks or callbacks? Okay. How many people have used polling? You have? Nice. But still use a number, it's a few numbers. Okay. Okay. So let's start again. So polling, so in modern systems have shifted from polling where your client repeatedly asks for updates from the server, and so they have moved towards more event driven, yeah, where the server is telling the client, yeah, it's proactively telling. So if something has happened, server tells the client. A good use case for this is actually, let me not even go far. A good use case for this is our APIs, yeah. So when you send an SMS, you need to know whether the SMS has been delivered. If we were to go with polling, where now your web app is asking Africa Stocking APIs whether the SMS have been delivered, you'd waste a lot of bandwidth, yeah. What instead happens is that Africa Stocking, the service provider, the API provider in this case, or the server, hits an endpoint on your web app and tells, we've delivered this message at this time. Yeah, you get it now? So the downside of polling is that you waste a lot of resources, bandwidth, and it's inefficient. And it's particularly inefficient when there are no new updates because you're going to check and get nothing in return. So you just wasted something. So yeah, I've explained about the push. Yeah, perfect. So what are callbacks? Callbacks is a single use URL supplied dynamically in your API request that the service calls once a job is finished. An example of this is how we do redirects in our voice API, where you basically provide a URL to Africa Stocking as the app is running, and then a good use case of this is you basically handing over the logic to another part of your application. We'll see how this works. Don't get puzzled too much. We'll see how it works. Yes. So how do you set up? You set up your listener by exposing an endpoint. This could be a simple endpoint that accepts, say, posts or get, depending on the nature of your app. And then that endpoint needs to be publicly available, and then it needs to return 200 when everything runs well, and it needs to be fast. Yeah. So you can't put a lot of time-consuming logic between the time the request entered and the time that you're responding to it. Eh? Oh, let me share my screen again. Yes, so it needs to return 200 when everything is good, and it needs to respond quickly. Yeah, ideally less than 500 milliseconds. And the importance of doing that is because the services that are hitting your webhook, if they don't see a 200, they are gonna keep on retrying. Yeah, so they'll consume your resources for nothing. Now, best practice: don't block that endpoint with heavy logic. So instead, what you do is that once you receive the request, you put it in a messaging queue. How many know about messaging queues? You've heard? Could you explain to us, kidogo, what they do?
They give us a chance to there's a publisher and a subscriber. So the publisher sends a message, the subscriber receives a message, and then they're always in queue so that when maybe one fails, you can always track when you failed, when one was successful.
Nice. On point. And the importance of this is it helps you make your app simpler, if I may use that word. Yeah. So for example, say you need to edit a video or maybe send an email. Yeah. So instead of you sending an email, say for example, I provide an email address. My endpoint picks that email addresses, then it hits say send grid API or maybe Gmail API. Instead of me doing that within that, that block that receives the request, what I do instead is take the email address that I received, put it in a queue. So I remove it from the main execution logic, and then now a different part of my app will get that. So that's what we said by pub sub, right? A different part of my app will pick that email address and send it. In the meantime, this main execution, this part that received the request, it's just going to respond with the 200 and say, we got the email address, we forwarded it to the service that's responsible for sending, and here, let's continue with our 200. Have I explained or have I? Okay. Again, in case you have any question, please come to us. We are tuko pale. Yeah. Oh, I know why my screen is exiting. It's timing out. Perfect. So the other part that we need to understand about things like webhooks and callbacks is the aspect of security. So since your endpoint is publicly available, it means anybody around the world can hit it, yeah? And maybe dump data or DDoS you had. So what you do is avail a way to secure, yeah, your app. And one of the ways is signature verification. And an example of an API that uses this is either Flutterwave or Paystack. I'm not sure one of them. Yeah, where they basically sign a request and you receive it and then compare whether it's if it matches. Yeah. Also Stripe does this. Yeah. So both sides have a secret key that they have shared. So for example, Paystack will have, you'll generate a secret key, you give Paystack and you also have it. And then when they're sending a request, they'll first sign the entire payload. Yeah. And then when you receive, you also do something similar and compare the values. If they mismatch, you assume that request didn't come from them. The other thing to secure your webhooks and callbacks is by preventing replay attacks. So this is particularly important when you want to prevent either duplicate actions or say someone wants to do something twice. Yeah. So imagine a scenario where someone wants to say they paid you twice. So you're going to refund one of the requests. Yeah. But in the real sense, they just paid once. Yeah. So how this works is that the service that's hitting your API also includes a timestamp. Yeah, and then you check for that timestamp and you say, okay, this request shouldn't be older than say 5 seconds. Yeah, so if 5 seconds have lapsed, you consider that a replay and you ignore it. The other one is IP whitelisting. This is where some providers publish IP ranges for their webhook servers, and then you configure your firewalls to only accept requests from those IPs. Yeah. The other part that's important about webhooks is reliability and idempotency. Yeah. Who knows what that means? By the way, let me give. Oh, sorry. Can we pass it to you? Okay, idempotence like requests.
things that can be repeated so many things without changing the result, like the state. So if I do it first and it changes the state, I can repeat severally and it always remain the same.
Perfectly said. Perfectly said. Yes, you're so correct on that. So basically, whether I hit your endpoint 10 times or 1 time, the result is always the same. That's what you meant, right? Perfect. Yes. So this is essential for just a minute. Let me fix this timeout issue on my yeah. So yeah, so my screen was timing out. No wonder it wasn't sharing. Yes, so that's an important feature to build into your app. So say for example, you're processing payments or maybe sending airtime in the case of Africa Stocking. Whether you repeat that request multiple times, it will only be counted as once. Yeah. Something else another service where this is popular is M-Pesa. When you do multiple transactions that are similar, Safaricom tells you, hey, wait, give us a timeout. No. Yeah. So what you do is add a unique ID to the request, and yeah. So if it's been processed before, you're going to ignore it and return a 200. Okay. The other part that's important is about handling errors. So if your system has temporary issues like database downtime and the likes, you return a 503. Basically, you abide to the HTTP standards, yeah, returning the right status code. Yeah. So for non-retriable errors, it's best to return 400. Lastly, is to use HTTPS. Yeah, it's a very important thing. So let's jump into the other part, which is testing and debugging APIs. Yeah, the tools that you use. So I'm trying to be quick because of time, but I'm open to questions. So under tools, there are inspection tools. So these ones allow you to either observe how an API is behaving, or maybe how your callback is behaving. Yeah. So sorry, a service provider. Yeah. So one of the tools is request-bin. Another one is webhook.site. Personally, I prefer to use webhook.site. And I'll show you real quick how it looks like. Webhook.site. So you go to this website called webhook.site. It gives you a unique URL. This URL you pick and put in a provider's callback box. Say for example, Africa Stocking. And then whenever the provider triggers something, it hits here, and you can observe those requests. So you can see the headers, how the body looks like, and things like that, status codes, etc. The other one is request-bin. Yeah, pretty does the same. The other part about tools is simulating scenarios. Yeah. So one of the best tools for doing this is Postman. And yeah. So here you can even test idempotency by replaying the same request with the same payload. You can also verify security by altering the signature, or even altering the payload itself, and seeing how your webhook service is responding. Again, if you have any question, please raise your hand. Good. So the next part is now looking at how looking at how different AT services require webhooks. And the first one is two-way. So I'll quickly jump into the Africa Stocking dashboard, and I believe everybody has an account by now. If you don't have an account, okay. So I'll jump into the Africa Stocking dashboard, and for two-way, I will use Sandbox. Yeah. And then I'll go quickly into the under SMS, and then under callback URLs. Yeah. So here's a place where you see. Let me zoom. Here's a place where you see different services. A place where you can add delivery callbacks for delivery reports, incoming messages, bulk SMS opt-out, and subscription notifications. And I will jump into the two-way. That is incoming inbox callback. So here you have a URL. This is a place where you enter your URL and submit. But then you may be wondering, where does this URL come in? So in your app, for example, in this app, which is a Flask app, whenever someone sends an SMS, of which I'll do right now, whenever someone sends an SMS, that is someone, a customer, you get to see that in your API. So what I'm doing right now is logging into the simulator and sending a dummy message as a customer. So let me do, what's my short code? And I'm saying hello, and I expect it to respond. Yeah, so it's responded. So what's facilitating this is the callback URL that I fed inside. So that makes, okay, let me come to this. Yeah, so my I'm going to share the code for this web app, so you can also run it on your end. But basically, it's running on localhost 9000. But I've set up a service to expose my computer to the internet. I'm using Cloudflare, but you can use, say, ngrok. How many have heard of ngrok? You have? Okay, interesting. So ngrok allows you to expose your computer to the internet, yeah? Anybody has a question? Question? Okay. So I'll show you the exact part that's responsible for this webhook. So my app exposes different endpoints under /API and /API/SIMSwap. So whenever I send an SMS from the user side, from the customer side, it goes to Africa Stocking, then it goes to Telco, then Telco goes to Africa Stocking, and then Africa Stocking hits my web app. Understand that cycle? You've understood it? Right. So the part that's responsible for that is this block of code. iko wapi? SMS, yeah. This is the part responsible. So basically I get the text, the originator of that text, the link ID, and the things like that, yeah. And then I here I've had coded a message to always respond. And since this is a response to the message that the user sent. So for example, I sent a hello, then it responded with this, a response to hello. The other part that I'll jump real quick is delivery reports. Basically, they're the same. You just set up an endpoint, make sure that that endpoint is exposed publicly, and it receives post requests. Yeah. So same case applies for the other different services. And now I'll jump to. So we covered airtime. Now let's go back to where we started, SimSwap. So again, for SimSwap, now you come to the Africa Stocking dashboard, and then under Insights, the one marked with Vita, you open it, and under it there's callback URLs, and under it there is status, yeah, status callback. Again, you feed in the URL, and how it looks inside is this way. It looks inside this way. It basically accepts post requests. Yeah. Yes. And now let's actually test this. So what I'm doing here is oh, I can't zoom URL. Okay. What I'm doing here basically is checking SimSwap status for my phone number. Yeah, so I'm invoking it through a URL. Yeah, on your app, you probably could be invoking it, say, when someone submits a form. Yeah, it's just that I'm filling my form with the URL. So when you invoke that check, you're going to get the cost, how much it costs for that request, the details of the phone number, that is the carrier, telco, which is Safaricom in my case, and the number type which is mobile. And then there are two important things that are here, request ID and transaction ID. These ones allow you to follow up on that specific request, and we are going to look at it. The next thing here you see is the status, which says process, and again, the amount. Yeah. So let me show you. So after, let me zoom this. Yeah. So after I invoked that, after I submitted my phone number, it went to Africa Stocking, then Africa Stocking relayed it to the telco, then the telco responded to Africa Stocking, and then Africa Stocking responded by hitting my webhook, and it came. That request again came with a request ID, yeah? And then inside that request ID, I should be able to know whether a SIM card is swapped recently or not. Yeah, I don't know where I'm getting an error. Inside here, I might have messed up my API keys, but basically it gives you a last swap date, yeah. And this last swap date is the one you use to determine whether you should consider whatever the user is doing as risky, or maybe allow it to slide. Real quick, let me go back to so the other one is USSD, callbacks for USSD, but that one will be explained in the next module, which our genius engineer Ian will cover. I'll cover a bit of webhook on voice. So again, you go back to the Africa Stocking dashboard, but this time I won't use Sandbox, I'll use Live. And I'll go under my teams, under apps, I select one of the apps, and then go under voice and for numbers. For voice and USSD, you set callbacks a bit different, yeah, on the dashboard, yeah. They're not usually under callbacks URL here. Instead, they are under the individual phone numbers, yeah, or they are under the individual USSD codes. So in my case, there's this 7 number, and on the extreme column, there's 2 URLs that I fill there. One of them is a callback URL, the other one is an events URL. The events URL basically tells you what's happening during a call, whether the user on the other end has hanged up, or maybe basically the events that are happening to do with the call. The other URL, which is a callback, is the one that you use to give instructions to, how that call should proceed. For example, you've called, a good use case of this, you've called Safaricom 100, and you hear, please press 1 to maybe talk to customer care, 2 to maybe go to M-Pesa customer care, something of the likes, yeah? So those instructions, which we call DTMF, no, is it TMF? No, call actions. You're going to see the difference. Those specific instructions, you give them through this callback URL. And in my case, it's under the /instruct endpoint. And I'll show you how it looks like. So you can do it on your end. It looks like this, yeah? So you basically respond with XML. How many people have used XML before? Okay, how many people have used HTML? Now, XML kind of looks like both a markup, okay, for different reasons. XML almost looks like HTML, almost. See how it looks like. It looks like this basically, yeah. Oh, okay, let me zoom. It's basically tags, yeah, and at the top there you add that XML opener. So in this case, I'm responding with the say tag. I'm saying welcome to the service. This is a demo voice application. And I can quickly show how that would look like by going to this temporary endpoint. Oh, I know why it's saying that. I'm using the wrong API key, so let me switch. So if we run that request again, it should work. So what it's doing, I've invoked a phone call to my phone, and this is how it says.
Welcome to the service. This is a demo voice application. Goodbye.
You get the gist. So now you see you can build a full call center through our API. How many are gonna do that? Oh, it's very cheap to do that, lady. It's very cheap. Okay. Oh, how cheap? You can charge your customers real good and they'll pay for it. Yeah. No, not a lot. Yes, so that's how basically you do APIs on our platform. Oh, something else I should have shown. Remember the events URL that I was talking about? The one that tells you what's happening during a call? This is the data that they show, yeah? For example, it shows the telco that was used, that was involved. In this case was Safaricom, the amount spent on the call. In my case, it was 36 cents and so many 666. Yeah, it's so cheap. That's what I'm trying to say. It's so cheap. It's in the sense. The currency code used in my case is Kenya shillings. The person that I was calling and the call center number, the one that initiated the call. Something else that I get there is the session ID, which is important for debugging, when you're debugging your call center. The other thing is the duration in seconds. In my case, it was 7 seconds. Yeah. And by the way, in this age of AI, you can mix both call center, AI, and have something crazy, something amazing. Yeah. So the next part I will jump is in the next part that I'll jump is, since we've seen how to set up your webhooks, callbacks, endpoints, we're going to jump now into, or rather, I'll give you a challenge that you will do after this. I want you to create, okay, where is this? Just a minute. I think I've lost it. Oh, okay, before I give you that challenge, let me show you something else about a voice API. Remember the XMLs that I was talking about? You use the say tag to basically vocalize some text, yeah, which is what we did in this demo. The other XML tag that you can use is called record. So basically you can record calls, yeah. The other cool XML that we have is for dialing from an agent to another, yeah. So for example, your call center has a support channel and maybe a billing channel, yeah. Maybe someone wants a refund, or maybe this other person wants to, to buy something. You can basically jump from an agent to another using the XML. Something else, they're actually so many and so wonderful. You should try. The other one is the get digits, where you basically get please press 1, you get that 1, please press 2, you get that 2. Please enter your account number, you get all those, yeah. And you'll see more use cases of this in the subsequent modules. Yes, so now that we've seen how you can use our Insights API, we learned about SMS, we learned about airtime, and now voice. Something wonderful that you'll try is to create a multi-API workflow, yeah? So you can say, before I send airtime to certain users, you first verify that their SIM card wasn't swapped. If it was swapped, you can decline to make that transaction, and maybe give them a phone call, or maybe send them an SMS to, tell them, hey, the reason I'm not sending you airtime is because, yeah. Is this something you can build? Who's confident enough to do that? Today, yeah, even today the better. Hey, please, who wants to build that first? Let's start with that. Those not raising your hands. Shida iko wapi? If you have questions, you can always come to us. We will fix. You're asking something?
Now or today, what time do we build it? Because if we start, we might take up the time for the session.
Oh, okay. You can even start building now. And even maybe even when you go home. Yeah. But basically we have a Slack channel, yeah. So in case you're building this, sorry?
The Slack is not working.
Oh, Slack. Okay, I'll check whether that URL is not working. But basically, even when you go home and you build and maybe bump into errors, you can always let us know there. Yeah, and we'll help you out. So real quick, I'm going to jump into a bit of the AI part and then hand over to Sylvia. Don't know if I'm still sharing my screen. Oh no. I stopped sharing my screen. Wow. Yeah. So real quick, we're going to jump into the AI bit about now how you can incorporate AI into your, say, call center or multi-API workflows. To do this, the first thing I'll do is go to AI Studio, aistudio.google.com, and why this is important is because we need an API key, right? So how to do that is you come here and click create API key, give it a name, say, hey, naming variables, naming things is the hardest part. Oh, maybe let me call it Lake Hub. I call an API Lake Hub, and then I choose a project, and then import it, and then select that specific project, and then click create API key. And that API key that's generated is the one that I'm going to use. Is the one that I'm going to use to call Gemini and tools like that. So here's the API key. Copy it, add it in your ENV or maybe in your Google Colab. And then Sylvia showed us how to do this, by the way, how to add the keys into Colab. And then now I can now install. Oh, there's something I'm missing here. Yes, and now I can install. What am I missing here? Just a minute. Yes, now I can install the Google packages responsible for Gemini, which is Google Cloud AI platform. And once I've installed, I can now import my API keys, the ones that I generated, and where is this? Yeah, here. Can use that API key to now run my first query. So how that looks like is this. Yeah. So I've created a method called Ask Gemini, and it takes in a prompt. And my first prompt here was, how do I get started with Google AI Studio and Gemini API? Are we together up until there? Nice. So let me hand over to Sylvia to lead us into the next part. Back to you, Sylvia. Okay, I think I think we have a network issue. Okay, just a minute. Okay. Yes, but up to this, does anyone have a question? Okay, not yet. Yes, you have a question.
All these materials, since you're delivering it very fast pace, they are organized into modules you can follow to. You see, for the next 3 months, or
Is it 3 months? I'm not sure if it's going 3 months. Let me check.
okay. But there's time to do it.
Yes, there is time. Sylvia shatoka kwa call. Sylvia shatoka kwa call. Alikuwa present part ya Vertex. As I told you. Wait, in the meantime, let me add some music. Don't know. Okay. Before we get to hand over. The model garden, real quick. Yes. So model garden is a service that Google have where sorry. Sawa. Ziko perfect. Yes, so Model Garden is a service that Google have where you can where basically you can use different models on your app, and I'll show real quick before I hand over to Ben. Yeah. to take us through more on this. Yeah, so here you can see, oh, my internet is slow. Yeah, so here you can see different models. Some you can use, say, for text generation, image generation, things like that. Yes, so let me hand over to our machine learning expert, our data scientist. Yes, Ben Maine. In the meantime, does anyone online have a question? Please give an applause to our data scientist.
Okay. From the nasema mimi niko na example standalone. But ni sawa just
Ama ni fungu yako.
just
That's
use
good.
this one. I'll figure it out.
Sawa. Eh. How do I open it? Selector CJ. Oh. Let me link this.
Okay.
Then I click.
Hello. How are you doing? How's the session so far? You having fun? No? Okay. Yeah, so you are told about the model garden, and we are going to try and use some utilities that Vertex AI like gives us access to, which is access to models. And over here, I am seeing there are a couple of steps that you need to do beforehand. And first of all, you need to install some like some packages, like the ones shown here. Yeah, but there's a step where you're supposed to get like you're supposed to use your credits so that you have access to all these utilities. So if you haven't done that step where you've registered, like some of this won't work because you're gonna need some service account JSON that you're gonna use to basically show your ID before getting all these utilities that Google provides. So before you go to this step, make sure you've set up your Google Cloud account, gotten like some of the services up. Like there are parts where you're supposed to say, hey, enable this API. There are so many. So at least when you use this example as a template, you can just find out what you need to do. And here I'm seeing this text translation. I think there's a part for sentiment analysis. Oops. Ooh. Okay. Okay, so we are back to the notebook here, and so you've set up, you've installed these packages, and Here we are doing some setup and getting and logging in using this bash command. So this exclamation mark here you've never seen before. This is a way of running bash commands in Jupyter Notebook and running them. So there's also the percent symbol as well. You can also do that. Then once you have done that, this is a way of just checking your project has been set up and your identity. And then whenever you're using Vertex, you need to initiate, you need to figure out your project ID and the location you are running from in terms of the server. Then once that's set up and this code cell is running, you can now send a prompt. And if you have Vertex AI set up, you might not need to go to Google AI Studio because the same Gemini will be available there. And I think you'll get better performance if you use the Vertex one. This one is rate limited so much, it'll take some time to run if you're using Google AI Studio. So maybe in this step, just use the Vertex AI one. This is a function to basically just ask a question to Gemini 2.5 Pro. And then let's see what the output they got here. Wow, that's a lot to read, but you guys have access to the notebook, so you can maybe check that out later. But at least the response was successful, and at least you have a method you have a function here that you can use to do that over and over again. Okay, they cover the Vertex AI one, so that's cool. So here we are for the Vertex AI example. So you have two ways of running Gemini. At least there's one, you can use your AI Studio account and then you export the API key, and then you can now use like a function probably that you've written, and then you just send your request to Google and then you get your response back. Obviously, you've been taught some best practices while using APIs. So things like retries, things like what's that other thing? What practices have you learned, by the way? There was retries. What else? Anyone wants to volunteer? You're using API keys. You're using APIs. What are the best practices while using them? Because this is using Gemini is just another API, which is supposed to take a couple of things into consideration. Anyone? Not yet? Oh, the comp's off again. There's a lot of background. Okay. Okay, you can also limit the amount of requests sent like per second as well. Like especially when you're exposing this to a lot of people, that's another good practice. Yeah, but so far you have two ways: Google AI Studio, Vertex AI, to make your requests to Gemini and get a response. And then over here, we are looking now at advanced applications. We're looking at things like translation as an example. And yeah, there are two examples here. There's for translation and sentiment analysis. So there's a section in the section that I'm supposed to go through. We're supposed to kind of do two things. We're supposed to use the old way of doing things, like using like models like Google has curated, and you can do like very popular natural language processing tasks. So things like sentiment analysis, things like text classification and other applications. And then we see how we can transition from there to now using Gemini to do all this, because it's been trained in using a lot of data, and it has some of those techniques or tricks to do all these applications using like one package. So over here, they have a function over here. So here we are using one of Google's off-the-shelf translation APIs, and we are gonna do a call here, and yeah, they are trying to translate "It's a Beautiful Day Today" to Swahili, and we get a translation there, ni siku nzuri leo. How's that translation? Do you like it? Does the job, right? It does the job. It's not the best, but does the job. It's a good start. And then there's this is sentiment analysis. Oh man, I'm sweaty. So for the translation, you're moving from one language to another. That was English to Swahili. So that API helps you do that. And then this second part for sentiment analysis, here you're trying to find the emotional intent from text. So that means that if you give this model this particular text, it can tell you like, hey, this text is this on the spectrum. It's like very positive, negative, or neutral. So people use that a lot to get feedback from their clients about a service. Like we've used Google Maps, there are certain sections where you get reviews about maybe a restaurant, and maybe you now want, what do you call it? You want to add an extension now to figure out like, hey, what is the emotional intent to this? Is it positive? Is it negative? Is it neutral? Just to gauge how your clients feel about maybe your product or your restaurant. And this is done a lot when it comes to that. And here I'm sure they're using an off-the-shelf API as well. Exactly over here. Oh, here they're using Gemini. So for Gemini, you give it some piece of text to direct it, like, hey, I want you to tell me the sentiment for this text. So when they say zero shot, it means you don't give it an example. You just say, hey, give me the sentiment of this thing. That's what you'll see, a lot of zero shot stuff when you do a lot of machine learning. So that's what that means. And then after giving it this prompt, which looks okay, you get here they've given 3 examples, and they're using a for loop to kind of find the emotional intent for that. And then what they got, so the 3 texts that they're using here is, this thing is zoomed in. I think I can read this. Okay, done. So the first one is the SMS service is down. I am losing many clients. The clinic workflow is okay, just a bit slow, and I'm really impressed by how fast the support team responded. So here I am seeing. Oh, shit. Okay. Ya kwanza pointer. Okay. Yeah, so we forgot to share the screen there. Anyway, so here we are looking at maybe 2 negative and 1 positive. So if you look at that, if we reveal the input text here, yeah, got it. So the first one, the computer said like, hey, this text is negative, the two of them, and the other one is positive. Yeah, so how that happens is there's some, when you're training, for instance, these models, what happens is you already have text that you already classified. Oh, this is positive, this is negative, this is positive, this is negative. Then what the model does is it's able to, now using that data you've already given it, it's converting it into a numerical form. Then this numerical form is the one that it uses to basically classify things as positive, negative, or neutral, right? When you're making these models, they don't know what text is, or they only understand numbers. So in most of these machine learning applications or deep learning applications, the biggest challenge here you're going to have to surmount is how can you convert your data into numbers and maybe an objective like this bunch of text, which is like a bunch of numbers, and then this is positive. So positive can be a 1. So your data set would look like maybe one column 111 dash 64 dash no or comma 9. So those numbers are what corresponds to your text. So all the pieces of text that you have there are converted to numbers, and then you give it to the model and it figures out the pattern between this bunch of numbers and this particular label, which is positive. And then when you give it now an example, maybe that it has never seen before, the cool thing is about human language, we have a lot of ways of saying things, and the vocabulary at least is not as wide as, yeah, it's not super wide. So because of that, we are now able to make things like this. But I'll go through this a bit more thoroughly when the section where I talk about this comes in. And then here, I think this is one of the challenges Dagi gave you for trying to couple a bit of the Africa's Talking APIs together with Google AI. And this one is multiple. This is a like system where you get an SMS in, and then you are supposed to top up someone. So, first of all, when they're making this multi-channel application here, they are first like giving Gemini an objective, and here the prompt is to do with I think this one is you know giving Gemini the ability to So back to this. So what's going on over here? We are trying to make a multi-channel service, and we're trying to give Gemini the ability to now help someone send top up, like to top up someone. So when you're using these large language models, there are a couple of, you can give them some instructions and then they're able to help you with a task, because out of the box they're general purpose. But when you give them instructions like these ones that were given for sentiment analysis, and these ones for now what we're working on here, you're able to get better results when it comes to the actual task. But usually when you write these prompts, like this one for example, you might want to run it through Gemini again to be able to give you this prompt, because most of these models, like there's a certain way you're supposed to give them commands, and in terms of give them commands in terms of these prompts that you give them, and there's a particular way they select these words or sample words out. Yeah, just sample words out. And if you do that, you'll get a higher chance of success than just writing it yourself and fiddling with it. And yeah, I've gotten a lot of success doing that. So when you're making these prompts, make sure you pass it through the actual LLM you're going to use to now do this particular task. Let me use that left hand. So where are we? Okay, so here we've given the model this particular task where it's supposed to, when someone sends messages, they're supposed to, about topping up, it's able to help them top up. And here we take the paradigm of you get an SMS in, and then a router service is going to help you do a secure top up. And then there's also a response that's given. So here, so that's what's going on in this particular piece of code over here. And just to save on time, because we have a really packed session today. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so this is just a two-way system where you request for a certain service. Here it's topping up, and the model, which is Gemini here, that will help you do the particular task. And yes, that is just basically it. And then there's a function here that it has access to that helps it do that. And then there's some tasks over here that you can try as well. So I think that's it when it comes to this section. I will explain more about the general machine learning and using Gemini a bit more. So this is just to give you a sneak peek into what's coming. Are there any questions? Okay, let me see for the guys online if they have any questions. Okay, okay. Yeah, so with that done, I think the next speaker is supposed to be Ian. Yeah. I don't know. maybe you should take a break and then we move to you. Maybe how long do you need? Okay, 5 minute break. And again, if you have a question, I'll be walking around and you can just ask me directly. Yeah.
So can leave the mic on.
Oh, the mic is, I closed it. Oh, okay.
But if you're going back, you can leave it on.
No. The other guy is coming. Yeah, in 5 minutes.
Audio.
Wamemute ama muted.
Committed. Betri maana iko nayo.
One, two, one, two, one, two.
Okay, awesome, guys. Are we done with our break and we can rejoin back for our next session? Are you ready for the next session, guys? Are you ready? Okay, so this is going to be like a brief session because it's going to be piggybacking on what you've already been mentioned for over here. So basically the title of this presentation is basically building, securing, and also deploying full stack applications. So this is whereby you've integrated your Africa stocking services. So it can either be SMS, voice, USSD, SIM swap, any of our products, and combine it with Google Gemini. Okay, let me share my screen, right? Okay. Okay, can you hear me now? Am I audible? Nice. So the same, this content is basically going to teach you how you can build, secure, deploy your Africa stocking integrated applications with Google Gemini. So using the different models that Google provide, we'll basically just look for a few examples on how you can easily combine both of them. Just make sure everything is visible. So like there are some prerequisites. Basically, you have some few coding knowledge. Some of the modules have already been shared or some links to the past modules. So this is module 3 of the 80 modules, but in line with the whole course content, it's probably module 6, 7 there. You can look at the email that you're sent and you will view it. And also the link to the collab is available on that link that was shared. So it has a few sub-modules over here. So like architecture and system design, security best practices, voice AI implementation, and also SMS AI implementation. So we'll just look at how you can quickly bootstrap your application real quick, how you can look at, you can combine our services to like build or map out that whole user journey quickly. So there is like a specific tier of understanding. Let me just try and zoom this so it can be visible. So over here we have the presentation layer. So this is whereby users are going to be interacting with the application. So we have your voice number. So people can be calling your voice number and get access to utilizing the AI service that you have built. So let's say, for example, if you call customer care nowadays, that's Safaricom. you will basically be redirected to their AI service. It's Zuri or something, can't remember. So it will pretty much do the work of the customer care before you get to escalate it to the actual person. So you can build out some of those services like that. And then also for SMS, let's say it can be like a fallback in case your voice application is not working. You can easily utilize it as a fallback to enable users to interact with it. So there are some few concepts that are involved. So I think a few have been mentioned. So there's like the two-way SMS. Two-way SMS is basically the bidirectional communication. So you have to have like a shortcode whereby I send a message to a shortcode and I receive back a response. So that one can be, I send a message to an AI service, I get back a response from the AI service. Then USSD, I think I'm not going to touch more on USSD because building out menus for USSD is a bit tricky when combining AI. Rather than maybe, let's say for example, you want to build dynamic menus whereby they change frequently, then can be a good option for that. But for this case, we'll be okay. Okay. So the next thing is so we've covered the presentation layer. So the next layer is the webhook events. So when Dagi mentioned about webhooks, polling, a few guys had done polling. So polling is whereby you are basically just waiting for a system to respond. So you keep sending a request, waiting for it to respond. So on the other side, webhooks are just a way or whereby you can set up a callback, and when an event is triggered, a request is sent to your service. So imagine a scenario whereby you've sent a request, so you want it to be asynchronous. So probably had that term. So it's whereby I send a request, I don't have to keep waiting. So I can be doing other stuff and wait for a response back. So that's a perfect scenario for webhooks. So over here, we have the presentation layer. Then the webhooks events are sent to your application. So this is your backend, your client side, whichever. So when your backend receives this request, this webhook event, so you can have like webhook handlers whereby they basically manage the requests that are coming in. So this can be like the post request for USSD, for SMS, those are incoming messages. For voice, we have events and also callbacks. And then we have, we have the session manager. So for the session manager, it's basically how do you manage that context. So if a user is interacting with your system, don't want to lose that flow or that context whereby a user sends a message and you're not able to retrieve what they had asked before. So you have to be able to manage that specific session whereby when a user calls your system, in case they drop off and they call back again, able to bring back them to like the previous state. Then finally, the request response is pretty much REST by you send a request and expect a response. Then you have your core business logic. This is whereby when you're designing a system, this is the logic that entails like the building blocks of your business. What does your service do? If it's a customer care service, it's supposed to respond to users. So when when a user calls your system, so if it's, let's say for example, you're a bank, you're supposed to either give your user the balance, or if they are having a query, give them necessary resources, or if it's a issue they need to escalate, let's say if they have lost their PIN,
maybe inform them that they need to go to the bank to get it reset. And then we have also this layer, the API calls. So for this, we have two over here. So since we are using Africa Stocking and Gemini, Google Gemini, so for Africa Stocking, outbound calls, so making outbound and inbound calls, receiving inbound calls, and also Google Gemini, so text generation. So like if I send Gemini a text, it needs to process it and give me a response that that is good enough to respond back to a user. And then finally, we have the data layer. This is whereby you persist your storage. If let's say you are handling sessions, if you want to manage those sessions effectively and bring back to the user to the previous state, you need to persist their current state. So you need to use a database. So you can use like Postgres for sessions, Redis as your memory cache, hot cache, whichever. And also cloud storage. This can be like S3 or any other cloud storage for your recordings. So if someone calls your system, you need to or when you call a system, you hear that this call is being recorded for quality purposes. So most of those calls need to be, those recordings need to be in a centralized place. So you can use a cloud storage service for that. So I'll show you like a quick example on how you can use Africa Stocking to build out your voice application. It's quite interesting. Okay, so the normal IVR. So the normal IVR is whereby a user calls your system. Then when you call that number, AT will post a webhook to your server. So you have already, so I'll show you quickly what you need to do. Okay. Let's say, for example, you have your account. I presume, so this is part of the prerequisites of this section, is that you already have an AT account. So now, if you already have an AT account, so you can see these are my teams, and this is my sample application over here. So when I click on that, so this is basically my voice testing service. So when I go to voice, my phone numbers. So I've already been assigned a phone number. And then when I come here to the callback, so you need to set up your callback URL and also your events URL. But for this, we'll just focus on the callback URL. So this is the URL that I was mentioning, whereby AT will post a request to it. So when AT sends a request to your service, basically it's just, so you can name it as whichever way you like. I think I'll move a bit fast because we have some few content we need to cover. So AT will send a request, and then your server is supposed to respond back with an XML. So Dagi mentioned it's a markup language, whereby you basically provide the instructions on what you need to do next. So when a user calls your number, we send a request to you, then you respond back to us, then we forward that to the user's call. So let's say I call that service, and then it will respond with, hello, how can I help you? And then it will record whatever the user will say. So when the recording comes in, what we do next is we'll play the welcoming AT message that, hello, how can I help you? Then we start recording the customer's speech, and then up to 60 seconds. And then next we, you can see the recording URL. This is an S3 URL whereby we basically store that recording, and then we send it to your server whereby it will download it, then process it, send it to Gemini. So if it's if a user is complaining of an issue, they'll describe that issue. Then we'll do like a text to speech, a speech to text. So we'll just convert that audio into text. Then Gemini is able to consume that, then send back a valid response, depending on what bucket you have provided it. So then turn 2, now it's whereby the AI will respond. So I think a diagram will easily illustrate that. Let me just scroll down to this section over here. Yeah. So hopefully it's a bit visible. So this is the customer. When the customer makes a call, so it will go to the AT voice gateway, then it will go to your service. Then your service will respond back with XML. So your XML will be sent to the customer's phone number. Then it says welcome, and then asks the user to provide a text whereby they speak. Then we have the recording service that picks at that recording that has that URL, transcribe it, send it to, so we are at number 5. So number 6, where is it? So this is the speaks, then the recording is complete, we download it, then when you download the data, send it to Gemini. Gemini will process it, send back a response, then that response will be sent back to the user. So this is one simple way that you can easily utilize AT Voice to integrate Gemini. Then there are a few things or like pros of this approach, whereby one is like simplicity. So it's easy to bootstrap because the documentation is quite clear. I'll show you a few examples. And also, since this repo is publicly available, it's also shared on the AT module 3 in that course content. Okay, so it's simple, reliable, and cost effective. And then, so it's easy to debug and also well scalable. So a few issues about this approach is the latency. So when a user tries to send that recording, they have to wait for the recording to be processed for the AI to give back a proper or an appropriate response. That will take time. So that's a huge issue of this approach. So it can be up to like 2 to like 4 seconds, depending on how fast your service is. So it feels less natural because when I call a service, I'm expecting an immediate response. It's like a communication whereby when I talk, the AI is supposed to respond with the entire context of what I need. So like there's no interruption. Like if I'm saying something and maybe you can interrupt me and tell me, maybe I have a question or something. So there is no way for AI to interrupt or like pause. So it will have to speak and get a response. So it's only turn-based, whereby if I say something, I have to wait for the AI to respond. And then next, there is experience. It's traditional IVR. It's slow, and also the user experience is not the best. And also timeouts. So when you're calling and you're waiting for a response, maybe the service might drop, and then you might have experience an issue with your system. So, but it's good for a few examples. So like if you're trying to build a simple MVP, your initial stage, this is a perfect example for that because it's easy. It will help validate your idea and give you a way to build on top of that. So for simple customer services, this is easy. For FAQ bots, whereby if you have a question and you need a response, this is a perfect example. And also for surveys and data collection, whereby you just need to ask someone for a response, they'll provide the audio, and then you can keep it. You don't have to respond back to them. It's also a perfect example. And then when simplicity is greater than, if you need it to be more natural. So if you need a simple system, this approach is quite viable. Then I've showed that diagram. So the other ones are a bit similar, but you can expound more on that. So if you look at our documentation, we have call conferencing. Does anyone know about call conferencing? You can raise your hand. Call conferencing, whereby you have your friends, and let's say I'm Ian and I need to call Dagi. So I've called Dagi, and maybe we are like, we need some context from MK. So rather than me dropping off and calling MK, we can be like, let me add MK to the call. So this feature is available on, I think, every phone, whereby you can add someone to a call. So when you are in a call, multiple people, this is whereby we call it a call conference. So when multiple people are in a call, this is a call conference. It's quite, I'm not sure if many people use that feature. If you use that feature, maybe you can raise your hand. Whereby, okay, a few hands. Or have you seen this scenario whereby, does anyone use Google Meets? Google Meets? Pretty much everyone, right? Yeah. So when you're using Google Meets, when you get that email, so that invite link to that call, there is always a phone number down below. Maybe let me try and see if I can find a quick example. Okay. To just illustrate that. Okay. So let me just. Yes. I hope this is visible. So if you look at this invite for the email, for the Google Meet, you can see join by phone. Has anyone tried that option whereby you can join a call, a virtual call, using your phone number? So let's say you don't have internet and you're like have bundles or have airtime, SMS, or minutes. I can call that number and I'll join an online call. So people are using their laptops, but I'm using my handset. I can easily use a Katululu or use any feature phone to join that online call. So that's the same concept, conference call. So in AT, we have such a feature. So if you look at our documentation, just jump right there real quick. And if you scroll down, yes, you'll find that feature. So whereby you can join a call multiple people or invite people in a call or do anything within that call. So that's the same concept, but now how can we use that feature and combine Google Gemini with it? It's an interesting approach. So let me just scroll to the image. It will help illustrate a bit better. So now we have the user. So the user will call that AT phone number that you have been issued. Then we'll send we'll send a webhook, the same process, we send a webhook, then it will respond back, and then it will create a conference. So there is a process whereby you can initiate a conference with the API, do that, and then you let your AI join that call conference. So now you have you and your Google Gemini AI within that same call. So now you can have a better conversation. You can have bi-directional communication whereby I can talk and the AI is responding or listening to what I'm saying. It's a better approach than having to record, send the recording to Gemini, wait for the response. So this one tries to be a bit more natural. So all the documentation regarding this feature is available, but this process basically just helps you think through or understand that whole process on using call conferencing. Then now for this one, like the pros are way more than the cons. So now we can have better user experience. So the latency drops from 4 to like even 1 second. So rather than waiting for 4 seconds, now you have the ability to wait even less than a second or even 1 second for the AI to respond. So bi-directional audio, I can be speaking and the AI is responding to what I'm saying. Flexible, so you can use SIP clients to create your call conference. It's better than the recording whereby I record and wait for a response. And then this feature is baked into AT and it's very well documented. And then so the complexity tends to evolve from simple to a bit intermediary, whereby since the documentation is clear, but I will see some few examples on that. It's quite well. Then, so you can see now what we can use it for. So you can use it for professional customer service. So previously we had a simple customer service. So now you can have it. So when you're building, like Dougie said, you can build a customer support application using our API. Our API, you can build out as complex stuff as you want, depending on your business logic. So when user experience matters, you don't want your users to be waiting and waiting for your AI to respond. You want it to be like a communication. So it's better than basic IVR. Then we have the final approach. We can call it the final boss. So this is when, so this approach is a bit more complex, but it will provide the best user experience possible. You'll feel like it's like I'm talking to you, like you don't have to wait, you don't have to think. It's like you're having a conversation with your friend. So now Gemini becomes your friend and you're now able to like communicate with it like instantaneously. So has anyone ever heard of SIP? So SIP. So it's a protocol that we use. So it's over here. So you have SIP phones, the same thing as voice over IP, whereby you like how you use your landlines and everything. So there's a way whereby you configure your SIP phone and SIP client. So since this is a bit technical at the moment, we'll mostly focus on, so, but as I was saying, you make your call that same way. You do like a SIP invite to your SIP trunk. Then over here, that's why it starts to become a bit complex. You need to have your own SIP server or free switch. So free switch is basically how it switches communication. Let's say when I call, let's say if I'm calling Dagi, do you know how that call gets to your, goes to the telco goes to, let's say, AT, then it to your callback, back, that whole process. So there's something called free switch or media servers. So free switch over here is your service that will enable or handle that process for you. So you have the SIP connection, needs to connect to your SIP trunk. So I think it's a bit more technical, but it will provide the most instantaneous communication or support possible. So this one involves like WebSockets. So if you need to have that real-time communication, you need to connect to your service as, so there has to be like zero lag or zero latency. But I'll skip this for a minute and then maybe we'll come back to it. But for this course, we'll focus on approach number one, since we are basically just getting started and getting to know how to use this service. So approach one, call. Your webhook is sent to your backend. Then you create a session, respond back with a greeting. Then the user receives the greeting. The user is told to provide their issue. They'll speak their issue. You grab the recording, download the recording, send it to Gemini, wait for the AI response. Then you can process some of that context and save it in your DB, log that interaction. Maybe they are asking, can I get my balance, or is there an issue with my account? So you keep that cycle whereby it's a loop until the user either terminates or your AI terminates that conversation. So component breakdown, we have the webhooks. So the ones you are receiving from Africa Stocking, we have the events, and we have the callback for incoming voice calls, or not for the callback. So, and you also will cover a bit of SMS still. I also think this one was mentioned, delivery reports by Dagi. I'll breeze through this bit quickly so that we can see, for example, your SMS conversation flow. It's quite the same. So you send a message to AT will send it to your callback, then send that to Gemini, expect a response, chunk that response to like a specific number of characters, and then send it back to the user. If they are asking a question like, what's the weather in Kisumu today? Maybe it will look up our weather API, send a response back to the user. So the two key differences between voice and SMS. One, asynchronous, whereby you don't require an immediate response. So if I'm sending a text message, I can wait. I'm like, I don't need this immediately. But if I'm calling, you expect that person to pick up immediately. And it can handle longer processing times because I don't have to wait. The response will be sent back to my webhook whenever it's ready, and easier to implement. Multi-turn conversation. When I send a message, it can come back later. And then what else? We can do some bit of formatting or even add emojis, whichever. So some of these quite so like part of this building, securing, and deploying your applications, you'll need, so you've started building you have the understanding of your design or your business logic, and you know what you need to build. but now do you know how to secure it? So this is some few examples of security, like API management, API key management. So like if you are using API keys, your AT API key, and also your Google Gemini live key, I need a way to secure them. So you can use like Google Secret Manager, load them from the service, and then so you don't need to put them as environment variables or even as configs. You can basically just pull them from your Google secret key. So if you look at the link tree that was sent, it has a bunch of links whereby setting up your Google Cloud was top of that. Whereby you need to set up your Google Cloud, need to set up get your Gemini API key and everything. Those have been already mentioned previously, but now you just store them in your Google secret key and then just load them. Then configs, so you don't need to. So when you're doing configs, so if you have your env file, so you can use an env file, or if you're using Java, if you use Java, you have the application.conf. So you can environment-based configuration whereby you have the env that loads the environment variables and then just loads them on your config over this same way. Let's say for Africa stocking, you have the we have the what's it called, the username and API key, so you can just configure them as environment variables. Even your Google project ID, your Gemini API key. So if you don't have an API key, just go to what's it called, AI Studio.google. So just go to AI Studio, create a project. So if you haven't gotten a link to claim your credits, I think it will be provided. So claim your credits, create a project, connect it, get your API key and your project ID, something like that. Your database, if you're using Postgres, MySQL, your username and password, just like that. And also another part of security is validation and sanitization. So you don't want people to be putting any random characters, or let's say if you have a service that people can send a message to your AI, you don't want them to be sending malicious text or just some random text. You want it to be clean, sanitized, and valid. You can do some validation. Let's say you can validate your phone number. You can validate the message. Is it empty? Does it have enough characters? And you can, let's say if someone is sending a script to your AI, you can basically look for keywords like script, remove them, or even comment them out, whichever. Then that is sanitization. Then webhook payload. So if you have a webhook, so you need the information being sent to the webhook to be as clear as possible and for it to respond effectively. Then also another part of security is rate limiting. It's part of DDoS protection. So you can build this out for yourself. So whereby, let's say, for example, you have that service that you have built that people send a message to your AI service and then it responds. So people can flood requests to that service of yours, but you need a way to protect it so that it can be able to be resilient and process requests for other users, not one malicious user. So that's rate limiting, limiting the number of requests that users can send to your service. If you look at this repo, you'll just find some few examples of how I've implemented it. A way of, so you can put it like in a certain window. So if a user sends a number of requests in a certain time frame, block other incoming traffic from that specific user. So then you can just wrap it on your URLs so that it can protect. So when a user is sending a message, since it's a callback, you just prevent them from abusing or misusing your service. Then another part of security is encryption. So you can encrypt data at rest and at transit. So let's say if you are receiving some sensitive PIIs, this is a personal identification information, identifier information. So like my phone number, my name, my email, my ID. So you don't want those logs to be leaking on your system. You need a way to, or even when you're saving them to your DB, you need a way to secure them by, let's say, encrypting them. So you can create your encryption service and your decrypting service, whereby when any information being saved to your DB, you encrypt it. So you have that function that basically just encrypt, it receives some plain text and a key. So is whereby that text will be encrypted. Look at a small conversation session over here. So when I'm saving this information to the DB, I'll get the phone number and I'll encrypt it. The message session data, I'll also encrypt that and I'm saving it. So when I'm pulling this information from my DB, I'll decrypt that information so that I'm able to make sense of it. And then another one, as I mentioned, security while in transit. So while in transit, this is basically when I'm sending a request or I'm sending information. So via if I'm sending it as a HTTP call, needs to be secure. That's why we use HTTPS. So this is basically just enabling HTTPS on your service. So for this example, this is what I've used, my trust manager. I've linked it to my CRT certificate. This is where, that has information to secure my backend. So in case if it's to enforce HTTPS redirect, so if a user sends a HTTP, it automatically redirects them to HTTPS. And then finally, we come back to module 3 again. So module 3, I think I mentioned this was now implementing AI voice implementation. Since because of time, I won't go deep into it, but I'll just explain a few stuff. So over here we have your call session actor. So it's basically your service that manages the user sessions. So you can have multiple users making or utilizing your service. Need that context to be user specific. You don't want users to be receiving information that was specific for different users. So each user has been tied to a session. So that's why we create this call session service. So as you see over here, its key features is mostly stateful conversation. So each user's conversation is stateful, meaning that anything that I say has been captured, and in case I drop off, I'm able to replace those certain events to bring back my conversation to the current context. Then audio transcription, session timeout. So all of this is, so when you look at this repo, just scroll up here. So it covers everything entailing what I'm saying. So when you come to, let's say, this source file over here, go to main, Gemini. So you have here the different services that we have. So we create our Africa stocking service and our Gemini service. This is the service that will be communicating or talking to Gemini. So when you look at this service, it's basically have an audio. How do I send this audio to Gemini? This is the function that does that. If I'm transcribing this audio, how do I do that? It basically explains everything, how to send that. So like if you're sending a request to Gemini, you need to specify which model do you want to use. So you can use like Gemini Pro. Since you have an API key, attach your API key, send that whole request body to Gemini. and expect a response down there. So when you generate a response, so when you receive a response, how do you generate it and send it to the user? And also, that's pretty much it. Then for Africa Stacking service, how do we make a call? When I'm making a call, so this is, if you're not using so we have a couple of SDKs. So if you look at our GitHub, we have Java, NPM packages as SDKs. Even if you use Python or PHP, those SDKs are available. But if you want to send a raw request, it's still available. If you want to send like a curl request. So what I'm basically doing, just sending a call to Africa Stacking, since this is provided on the documentation. So if you go to our documentation, let's say, for example, you can just do like SMS. So if I'm sending a bulk SMS, we have two options. I can either send as a curl request. We have the different examples. Let's say, let me look at Java. So if I'm looking at the Java one, so you can either initialize the Java SDK, send that message. We have Node, Python, Ruby, all those are available. But for my case, I'm pretty much doing like a HTTP request, similar to a curl request, whereby I'm just, when I'm making a call, sending it as getting the base URL of Africa Stacking, sending the voice call. If I'm sending an SMS, I'm sending the message to that user. So it's basically a way of, we look at it as part of the, what do we call it? Best practices. Need to like break down your services to manageable chunks. So whereby you don't have to put all logic in one file, you can break them down. So you can have the Gemini service, the Africa Stacking service for your API. So we can have like the SMS routes, the webhooks routes, so that you're receiving the webhooks. We'll come even to, we look at even API versioning in a few. I'm seeing time is really going. We are at 1 p.m. But let me cover this real quick. So as I was mentioning, this link is available in module 3. When you go to module 3, so for module 3, just look at, so it's attached to the email that was sent. You'll find the link to this repo over here. Click this link to find it, or you can just look for my GitHub. It's just Gidungoyan. Then you can just look for the AT Google Gemini example. So let's just scroll down really quick so that we can finish up. I don't want to take up much of your time because it's almost lunchtime. So over here, we were looking at our voice service. We have the session service, the webhook integration, as I was saying. So like those endpoints that the callback that you set on your dashboard, either when you run it as either with the ngrok or you host your application, that URL that points to your service is what you put in the dashboard. So it can be this route, voice, events. This one can be specific for events. It can be voice, DTMF. So it's receiving incoming services. And then, as Dagi was saying, XML. So when you look at XML, it's quite similar to the HTML tags. So when you look at our documentation, let's say you want to do text to speech. So text to speech is whereby you provide text and you expect the service to provide it as speech to the end user. It's quite simple. Wrap it as a response and provide the say action. So there are a couple of actions. So Dagi mentioned call actions. So there are a list of actions that are possible using the PI. I'll just highlight them really quick. So when you go to voice, so the actions we have say. So saying is text to speech. Provide text, the API will provide it as speech. Play, you can provide a URL. Our API will play that audio for the end user. Get digits. If you want to receive digits that user have inputted in the keypad, that's an action. You want to dial, you want to record. So if you want to receive that recording, you need to wrap it as the record action. You want to check. Let's say if you have ever called a customer care, you're number 3 in the queue. So the queue is basically how users are sequenced so that calls can be picked. You can check how many users are in the queue and tell the user. You can reject the conference, I mentioned it. Then the call actions feature. The call actions feature is whereby you can combine multiple of this. Let's say if I have an OTP service. So my OTP service is, so I don't want to send users a text message. I want to call them. So when a user logs in, provides their phone number, or maybe I think WhatsApp or Meta does this. When you call them, or they'll call you, and then you will get the OTP and just input it. You can easily combine this using the call actions feature. So it's a way of combining so like sending it as a single request. When a user send it as a single request, whereby just tell it to say or play something. Really quick. So if anything is not clear, you can easily just raise your hand and ask me a question. But before that, I'll just brush through this quickly. So as I was saying, you can combine them, multiple of them. Let's say if I want to say and I also want to record what the user says, I can wrap that response with a say and also record it. So for the record, so you can put a maximum length of the recording with 60 seconds. Timeout after, like if a user doesn't record anything after 1 second, it can time out. Then the play beep, so to inform the user that the recording has started. Transferring a call. Let's say this is pretty much in line with the customer service application. Let's say you are calling a certain department and they want to transfer you to a different department. They'll be like, hold on, as we transfer you to a different department. Is how you can also use an API to do that. Provide that text to the user, inform them that so now we are dialing a different number, transferring them to a different department. So this is the dial action. And then we have a Gemini service, whereby we have seen whereby you can transcribe your audio with Gemini, process your audio with Gemini, and also respond with context-aware conversations. Then since this is available, you can run it and also set up your NGROC, host it, and just get your URL. These are basically just tests and module. If I'm rushing a bit because of time, but you can it's mostly like a recap, because this content has been provided in the previous lectures or previous sessions. It's mostly just trying to fast track it a bit. So module 4, similar to the previous one. Module 3, so now it's SMS AI implementation. It's really quick. So a user receives a message, sends a message to the AI, expects a response, that whole interaction. So we have similar to the call actor service. So we have a SMS conversation here, process your message. The examples are well elaborate and easily explainable. Then also receiving the webhooks over there. So this is basically what I've just mentioned above is quite similar to what I mentioned for voice. Let me just check online and see if there are any questions. So far, no questions. I think I'll ask for questions when we are at the end, just to ensure that we really move quickly. Module 5 was basically API versioning. So the title of this topic was basically building, securing, and also deploying your applications. So when you're deploying your applications, you need a way of versioning your services. So that's why API versioning and lifecycle management is part of a submodule. So let's say, for example, if you look at our API, really quick, so you can see we are using, may just take SMS as an example, really quick. SMS version 1. So version 1 is the current version of our SMS. So if we create a new version, now we'll have version 2. So we'll just use that same context to explain this really quick. So versioning your APIs, so you can have API v1, v2, v3. You can have different prefixes. So if I have my version 1 of my API, any endpoint that pertains v1, I can put it under my v1 routes over there. So my v1, let's say, if you look at this, these are my v1 routes. So my call routes and everything. And then let's say if I change for v2, I have added a new feature. Basically, I create, so there are some few rules when it comes to versioning and not breaking changes for people. I'll mention them really quick. So over here, we have seen we can have multiple versions depending on how you structure your API. So you have v1, v2, v3. You can have v4 or whichever. So that's number one way of versioning. We have URL-based versioning. So this is the most common one that people use. Then the second option is header-based versioning. So particular examples that I've come across is, let's say, Stripe. Has anyone used Stripe over here? It's the payment service. Yes. So for Stripe, when using their API, if you want to send a request to the API, you need to provide a version. So the way you provide a version to the API is provide it as a header. So the way you do that, so you provide the API version and the value, and then you just handle it as that. So some of this, like this is basically like a helper that has been provided by the service that I use. Then we have deprecation strategies. Let's say you have users using your version 1 and version 2, but now you expect users to migrate to now using your version 2. So now provide them as, now start providing them with deprecation messages. So when a user is using your version 1, you'll be like, this, so it's called sunsetting. So sunsetting is when you will stop support for your previous version. Microsoft does this. Let's say even version. Does anyone use Windows 8? No, people have now migrated to Windows 10, Windows 11. They'll be like, we are stopping support from version 8. So we expect all users to now migrate to version 7, version 10 and version 11. So that's the sunsetting is a period whereby they expect users to have migrated, and then they'll stop support for that or even shut it down completely. So you now start providing them as headers. So when users are using your API, they'll find them within the logs or within the headers that this version will be shut down at this particular period. So as I've mentioned, the sunset. So that's when the support will end, and then you'll see version 1 is deprecated or it's no longer in use. So there is the gradual migration plan. So if users are on your version 1 and then you expect them to be on version 2, you need to inform them prior. You don't want to just shut down your service and everything just breaks. You want users to have like a smooth transition from either V1 to V2. So that process needs to be well informed to your users. So it can be like within a certain period, that sunsetting period, either month 1, month 2, or even like 5 months period to ensure users have migrated, and then you can stop support for your previous version. And then there's also something called backwards compatibility. Let's say if your users, let's say your service expects a certain variable or a certain keyword, and then the new version doesn't expect it or it's optional. We need a way of handling that change in order to ensure that users using a previous version don't have breaking changes. That's what backwards compatibility comes in. So you can have, let's say you have your response. So you have call response 1 and call response 2. So if you look at call response 1, you have V1, we have the call ID and the status. And then for now V2, you have introduced two new fields. We have the session URL and the metadata. So this wasn't previously available on V1. So we need a way to ensure that if these two versions are running at the same time, we need a way to ensure that they are compatible. That's what backward compatibility means. So we can have a function that basically transforms content from V1 to V2, or even content from V2 to V1. So that's what you can see over here. So build V1 response. This one basically just generates a response that utilizes V1. So now for, let's say for the, what's it called? Since this session URL is optional, you can put it as none, or even you can put it as a default URL that you have. Then feature flags. So feature flags is basically when you introduce a new feature and you expect it to be rolled out to your new users when deploying it. So you need a way to tag it while sending it out or rolling it out to your users. So you need to be like a gradual process. You can start with, let's say, a certain percentage of your total users, let's say 10%, while also looking at the response and also feedback from the users. In case you get good responses and good feedback, you can now roll it out to either, if you started at 10%, you can now roll it to like 30% of your total users. So specific number of users are on the version 1 and other users are on version 2. So the new users are on version 2, like 30% of your total users are on version 2, but now the rest 70 are still on version 1. That's a way of utilizing feature flags while doing deployments. And also really quick on cloud deployment. So for cloud deployment, since this will basically utilizing Google, you can use the Google Cloud Runs to basically run your service. You can easily, it can be fully managed. You don't have to minimal user interaction. Just build your Docker file, and in case you deploy a new version, it's automatically deployed. So auto scaling in case users increase and you need a way to handle your traffic. So you can set up those ingress over there, whereby in case a certain number of users using your service and it's sort of overwhelming the current one, you can auto scale it to have, if you have a single instance, you can have 2 or even 3. And when traffic reduces, you can scale it down automatically. So that's the gist of Cloud Run and Google deployments. So over here, I've provided a basic Docker file to build my service. So this one is specific to Scala. So if you use Java or Scala, it's basically the same JVM language. You just build it, SPT, assemble, creates a jar file. If you use Java, you know jar files, and then deploy the jar file. So I'll have also another example for Node.js. If you use Node.js, I'll also attach it. Since this is a 3 months period, so we've covered either month 1, now we're in month 2. So we're going to December, then January, and then we'll conclude this whole journey. You can be working on it progressively, so it doesn't have to be like a single day whereby you need to build this in a single day. So it's progressive. You can start with a simple one, continue progressing like that until whereby you get to a point where now you're like, I've built my application, I need to deploy it. How do I deploy it? You have Google Cloud, we will provide the credits. So the credits, I think you've seen a link, maybe it will be provided, whereby you'll just utilize that link to get cloud credits to help with your deployments. And then this is basically my configuration. The dependencies we use in Node.js, we have, what's it called? NPM, package manager. That's package.json. So it basically shows the different dependencies you're using, or even using Java, that's either Maven or even the POM file. So, what's it called? Using Python, that's pip, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, pip. For those that use even different languages, maybe they have different package managers for that. So the different dependencies. So maybe we'll get to where we are doing. So this is for logging. For Prometheus, basically when you get to the section of deployments and you need to monitor your service. And then this is Akka. We have the Java version. This is the Scala version. And then we create like a deployment script that basically does your deployments for Google for you, basically, just like that. And then auto scaling. These are the ingress configs that I was mentioning. In case users scale to a certain period and you want your service to auto scale, you need to provide configs for that. So the first instance for your container, maybe you provide the resources that is required, and then logging. So I think I'll jump to, so we have CI/CD. So does anyone know the term CI/CD? You can raise your hand. CI/CD, what does it mean? Deployment, yes. So CI/CD is basically continuous integration, continuous deployments, or whereby in case I make any new change, need to deploy the new changes. So you can either use like Google GitHub workflows, or even if you use a service like Bitbucket, you have Bitbucket pipelines, whereby new changes that appear, they build your image, deploy it automatically for you. So that's the whole essence of CI/CD. The new changes that you make, you need them to be deployed as quickly as possible. That's it. And then finally, we come to, you have deployed the application. Now what? Do you know when issues occur? Do you monitor your application? That's why you have the DevOps. So DevOps is basically they help deploying, monitor, and check the status of your application. So over here, basically, this is my login configuration. So in case for my logs, I need a way to be able to view and analyze my logs. How do I do that? I have my structured logging over here that basically helps me to process my logs in a efficient and coherent manner that I prefer. So if you use Scala, even Java, we have logback. So logback is basically the configurations. Where do you want your log file to go? How do you want to structure your log files? That's how you do it. So for Node, I think there is it Wilson or something, or even Signal. And then you want to receive metrics on how your application is performing. That's where Prometheus or Grafana come in. Just monitor the health status of your application. Pretty much that. Configure that and deploy it. So you can check the metrics for your endpoints, for your code. How long does it take to process a request from one point to another? That basic information, so that when you now are planning for optimization, you can now know this is the specific region in my code that I need to optimize for. Maybe I'm losing some certain number of milliseconds in this section. I can optimize that. And then health monitoring. So you need to monitor the health state of your application. In case it goes down, you need a way to get alerts and action on it immediately. So Grafana is basically a dashboard that provides you those metrics that you are collecting. You need a way to visualize those metrics. Just connect Grafana. The documentation is quite extensive and many people use it. So I think it's quite familiar. Then Prometheus alert, in case maybe your service goes down, need a way to alert to get those alerts. You can utilize Prometheus. Then you have your production checklist. Ensure that all your API keys are secure in your secret manager. Your traffic is on HTTPS, meaning that it's encrypted. Rate limiting is enabled. You don't want people spamming your service. You're validating the inputs that you are receiving and sanitizing them. And then webhook signature verification. I think Dagi mentioned that. So when you're receiving a callback, you need to ensure that it's coming from a trusted source. So you can either whitelist an IP, you can either do like HMAC verification. Those are some of the techniques that you can use to validate, is it called? An incoming webhook. So when a webhook is incoming, so you need a way to do that. Then monitoring, as I've mentioned, you need to monitor the health state of your application, how resources are being consumed, is it being dragged down, or are there any bottlenecks? You're able to identify them easily with monitoring, not just flying blind. So when you're running your application, you need to know maybe how many users are interacting with your system at that specific moment. You can do that. So that's what monitoring entails. That's part of your checklist. Then performance, you need to load test your application before deploying it. You can either use tools like Gatling. So Gatling is basically a tool that helps you can simulate, let's say if you expect 1,000, 1,000,000 users to interact with your service, can simulate traffic from 1,000,000 or 1,000 users just to see if your application is able to handle that load. There are a couple of services that you can use, but the basic one that I use is Gatling, or you can either use K8 tests to do that. Then check if auto scaling is configured. As I mentioned, ingress, in case users increase, do you want to scale up your pods? Do you want to scale them down automatically? That's auto scaling configuration. Database indices. So people, when you don't want to hammer your DB as quite often, you can either use caching to quickly, so the information that people need as quickly as possible, and it's quite common. You can cache that into like a hot memory cache, or even use Redis to do that, so that not all requests will go to your DB except those that miss your cache. That's one. And for your DB, you can optimize it by having indexes. So frequently accessed columns or tables, you can optimize them by doing indexing. Caching, I've said. So like frequently accessed information. Let's say, for example, I saw an idea for how Google works. So if you input your email and you want to log in, so it starts preloading your information, because the probability of you logging in and accessing your service is quite high. So when you input your email, and either when they request you to put your password, they have already started pulling your information from the background, so that when you log in, all your information is readily available. So that's caching. And so the different strategies, different implementations of caching. But you can start with basic caching. So any frequently accessed information, you can do that. So for CDNs, So these are content delivery networks. So let's say you have some specific audio content or video content that is specific to a region. Let's say how Netflix does it. So if you're watching a certain movie or a certain series on Netflix, maybe they have already hosted it in a specific region or a specific CDN, let's say, in your network provider, so that when you request it, you access it as immediate. So when you just click the play button, the movie or the video will play instantaneously. So that's CDN for you. So reliability, check that your health of your application is working. So that's why you need the health endpoint. So in case it goes down, you get notified. Graceful shutdowns. So shutdown when your application is crashing, you need to gracefully shut down, or when you're terminating it. So you need to close all your connection, your DB connections. You need to, if you're using any other external resources, you need to close those connection gradually. So circuit breakers for external APIs. So if you're utilizing an external API like Google Gemini, since it's an API, or you're using Africa Stocking, in case it's failing, you need a way to prevent those cascading failures on your application. In case you are retrying it multiple times and you find that it's not responding, you need a way to break that connection. That's circuit breaking. So in case a failure from an external service doesn't, so that it helps not to propagate those failures on your service load. That's increasing resilience. Then retry logic. In case something is failing, you can either retry once, retry twice. So that's called retry with jitter. So you can have like 5 times. In case it fails, stop retrying, because you don't want to continue consuming resources for a failing service. And then dead letter queues. So in case something fails, you can put it in a dead letter, or in case a message wasn't processed, you can put it in a place whereby you'll retry it later. So that's called like a dead letter queue. Then compliance. So you need to be compliant with GDPR, data protection. You have seen people being fined right, left, and center in case you are not complying with data protection. You need to do that. Called recording consent. So before you make a recording, you need to inform the user that you are making a recording. I think you also, like an article recently, don't know, it's a company was fined for recording a user without their consent. So you can be fined, you can be sanctioned. So need to have consent to record a user. And also PII encryption. As I said, don't want this information to be leaking in your logs. You want it to be encrypted so that in case an auditor is analyzing your system, it's okay and passes all checks. And then audit logging. So in case maybe you have some sensitive information, that a process that requires sensitive information, or you need a way of playing it back, you need to do audit logging so that you want to know who did this action, when did they do it, and how did they do it. Then finally, terms of service. So you need a way of ensuring that the terms of service have been established. So how do people use the system? How do they interact with it? All that has been documented, because you don't want, so if you're collecting information, you need to, so I know most of you don't read the terms of service and privacy policies, but that is important so that you can know that in case I'm using this service, maybe my information is being collected and it's being used to train an AI somewhere. You don't come back complaining that, yeah, why did you use my data and you didn't read terms of service. And then finally, conclusion. What you have learned, how you can easily combine AT, that's Africa Stocking, and Google Gemini to build out either your voice-powered applications, SMS-powered applications. So the possibilities are endless, how you can combine this. So combining 2G technology and AI. So this is breathing new life into old technology. So now you can power 2G technology with now new features like Google Gemini and new AI services. We have implemented production ready security. We've learned encryption, rate limiting, also configs, how not to using secret managers, all of that. Deploying on Google Cloud with auto scaling, comprehensive monitoring with Prometheus and Grafana, CI/CD pipelines. So when you look at this, you will find the the GitHub actions. So look at that, and then we have that checklist for a production ready system that will help you when you're building and then finally secure and deploy applications. So next step, implement your first app using this repo. So you can do some few examples just to get familiar. You can create a simple SMS bot just to get or grasp the basics of webhooks. Send a message to that what's it called? SMS bot, receive a response, that back and forth, so that you can now understand the concept of webhooks. Then continue to upgrade it now. Send when you are sending an SMS to your chatbot, send it to Gemini, expect a response, send it back to your user, just to help you get started, help you understand the basics, and get interacting with Gemini and Africa Stocking. Experiment with Gemini, try out different models. There are different models. Go to Dagi showed you Vertex AI. There are a couple of models you can check out there. Get to interact with them. With Gemini, add more channels. You can either use WhatsApp, SMS, SIM swap API. So like if user has been swapped, check the probability that maybe it's a genuine one or if it's a false one, and then either close that connection or terminate that transaction. Join our community. If you haven't joined our community, check out our community page. That's community.africastocking.com. And then finally our resources. So Africa Stocking documentation. The link is provided. Check out Google Gemini docs. Akka documentation. So if you are interested in learning Akka, Scala, and everything, check out Akka. Cloud Run, how do you do deployments, and Prometheus, best support, best practices. And then if you have a question, if you have an issue, can just raise it as an issue on this page. Send us a Slack message on our group, on our Slack channel. We'll respond back to you as soon as you can. And happy building. And now I'm opening the floor for questions. If you have any question, feel free to ask as I hand it over back to MK. We've really eaten up much of your time. It's 3:41. So if you have any question, they should be very much brief, and then I'll try to answer them as quickly as possible, and then we can end this session first so that we can go grab some lunch really quick. Yes, see a question?
Okay, my question is regarding the voice flow, the voice API architecture, where we use a T voice to talk to maybe Gemini backend, and then we get maybe we ought to get the responses like voice, right? Where we can just communicate with the backend, like back and forth. So like, can you just make me understand it a little more?
Okay, as I mentioned, there are 3 approaches to that. I explained 3 techniques that you can do that. So option 1 was doing recording, receive a recording from the user, transcribe it as text or send it as an audio to Gemini, and expect a response. So Gemini will respond back as text. So we have the say action, right? So you can put that text in the say action, whereby it will speak to the user. So that say action, you can either choose a voice. So there are different voices that you can choose on our API. Let me just show you really quick. So when you look at our documentation, go to voice and then go to say action. So over here we have parameters, we have the voice. So the voice is like what voice do you want it to speak? So there are different voices. This is provided by Google Text to Speech. So choose any voice that you want and then plug it there. So when you choose the voice, then that text that has been provided back by Gemini, plug it over here. So it's that whole context that Gemini has provided, put it there, and then our API will just provide that audio to the end user. Or even it can return back an audio. So you have the play action. So now what you can do, where is it? So for the play action, so the audio URL that has been provided, plug it in over here. So our API will do the same thing, will play that audio for the user. So as I mentioned, there are 3 ways that you can use our API. So option 1 was that one. So recording. So I have provided 3 examples of architectures. So that was option 1. Option 2 was call conferencing. Create a call conference, you join the call, the AI joins the call. Now it can be like a communication or a conversation. So when I say something, the AI will respond. Option 3 was now SIP. So SIP is a bit complex, but I've provided the whole architecture diagram, the whole flow, but now you need to set up like SIP servers, free switch. That's more overhead costs, but if you want it, you can do it. But that one provides like real-time communication. Let's say that's how like we are communicating or conversing. So it's a bit technical, but you can still do it. Yeah. Yeah. You're interested in the SIP one. Because of time, I think I'll since I'm here, we'll just get to. Yeah. Okay. Is there any other question? Okay.
On deploying like the whole application to Cloud Run, how much will the tech stack you use for the application affect the startup time when you're like using Cloud Run functions?
So that varies. So it depends on how resource intensive the application is. So let's say for mine, since it's a JVM application, it's quite heavy. You will need to Dockerize it, assign a specific number of resources towards it. So like it depends with how much. So the credits that we are provided are $5, depending on how many links you can claim, but you can assign them to a single project. So depending on that, so you can easily, so like the average, that one varies based on how much your application use, how long is the startup time, and like is it a cold start or anything. So it varies, depends with your application. So it cannot be like definitive. Like I can't say it will cost like $5 for this certain amount of period. So it depends with how much traffic either your application is receiving and how much it's consuming. Yeah.
For like the interactive voice,
Yeah.
the simple one, how would you like verify that the response that you're receiving from Gemini is like the most expected response at least?
So for that, we'll have a different final section over here whereby Ben will provide, will speak more on AI and everything. So like there's a way whereby you can validate the response that the AI is generating, if it's hallucinating or not. So when it does that, so it's like a probability check if this is accurate or not. when you are, so that you can verify that before sending it back to the user. But now you can either lock the response to a specific content. So you have provided Gemini a certain content whereby you need to respond in this. So like in this constraint. So if a user is asking a certain question, it's supposed to be within this constraint or this context so that it doesn't go outbound. So I think you can provide that as a system prompt. So when the response is coming from Gemini, it's accurate and valid information so that when the user is receiving it, they don't have more issues or more questions about that information. Yeah. Pardon?
When will you like do the verification?
Before sending it to the user. Yeah. Is there any other question? Yes. Maybe you can repeat the question. Ben, can you? Yeah.
Hello. My question was from a consumer perspective. Will I be able to get the feature of not only interacting with this Gemini application? Can I be able to now train this model? Will I be able to get these features? And also in terms of validation, will you be looking at giving us maybe zero knowledge proofs? And will this be happening on the client side or server side? Something like that.
Yeah, so it depends because like it depends on who made the application, but I think Google has its own training service where you can, I think, fine tune based on your use cases. And for maybe agents, you want to see more of the tracing of the conversation between you and the bot, that there's something called Google ADK kit, which I'm gonna talk about, where you'll see a demo where we can trace and see what's going on. And then there's another application. During my session, there'll be a lot of show and tell, so like pay attention. Yeah.
Any other question? Is there any other question? Nice. If there are no further questions, I think we can come to a close to this session. We'll take a lunch break. I can see maybe the food has already arrived. We'll take a lunch break and then we'll convene back again to the final another session by Ben. This is mostly going to be AI related. If you have any AI questions, any Gemini questions, ADK kit, Ben is the person to talk to. Please listen to his session. It's quite informative and you'll get to learn a lot. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening and happy building. Thank you guys. Let me confirm if there are any questions online. Okay, no questions, so we are safe there. Thank you guys online. We'll take a lunch break and then we'll convene back again. Mm. Hi. Good. Okay. Good.
I work here at Kisumu communication team. I want to just ask you, like the session we are from, if you can just tell us what it was all about
Mhm.
on a video. It's just for social media.
Okay.
Just simple.
Okay.